Hey, it's Goldie and Cheri. How are you all? Cheri, can you hear me? Uh-oh, make sure your mic is not
Yeah,
muted.
can you hear me?
Yep, I
Can you
got you,
hear me?
girl. Yep. Can you hear me?
Okay, Goldie. Something must be playing somewhere else in the background. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, what's wrong?
I can, it's a delay.
It's delayed. Hmm.
Yeah.
I wonder is it my little earphone thing? Let me check and see. Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Now, do you feel like it's still
Okay.
delayed?
It's not bad. It's better.
Okay. I think I'm trying to get
Yeah,
my mic.
yeah.
Mhm.
It's playing. It's something that's like playing and recording at the same time.
You said it's what? Okay, now what you think?
Okay, let me see. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's still delayed. It's delayed on my end. I don't know. Maybe it's my Wi-Fi.
Oh, you coming up perfect for me. But if you can't hear me, that's an issue.
No, I can hear you. Okay. All right. So let's no, I can hear you. Let's just move forward. I got
Okay. Well, thank y'all so much for joining us tonight. Thank you so much, Cherie, for joining me on this video. It's been a long time,
much
girl.
for joining.
Can you hear me?
Hey,
Uh-oh.
I'm always a pleasure to be here.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's
Yo,
get to it.
okay. So, the title of the video is about our good auntie Tab. Now, do you know who she is, Tabitha Brown?
A little bit.
Okay. I want to put a maybe a poll up in the chat. See which one we should start with. Um, because I know we talked a little bit about starting with Auntie Tab, but we got three things that we want to talk about tonight. Um, so I'ma just let's go ahead and get started with Auntie Tab. You want to do that?
No.
Um, oh, you said the middle. You want her for the middle. Okay. Now, which one start
Yes.
with? Okay. Well, come on.
I-
Let's go, girl.
okay. Yeah. So I want to get started with this news story that just came out in Chicago.
Mhm.
This is like brown groundbreaking because we have been talking about the black femicide rate
Mhm.
in the United States. And finally, we get a black woman journalist who fights for this story to take place. And it got traction on YouTube to me.
Mhm.
And this is important because we want legislation. But to what a lot of content creators have said, as long as we're going to keep not putting situation with black men in proper perspective, then yes, we're gonna keep having a problem to get legislation for our black femicide. Is it important to not?
Girl, your sound is borging in and out. I don't know if that's just me, but I'm hearing it borging.
What about now? It's still bad?
No, it's sounding good now.
Okay. So
Mhm.
what I was saying was that, do we black women care about black femicide or not? Because this story didn't get a lot of traction on YouTube.
Mhm. Now you know that the guys had been um have been trying to poke holes in the facts, in the data, that black women had not, they have been saying that black women are not experiencing higher rates of violence, and that's basically something that we just making up. So maybe over time, more black women began to believe what these men were saying, and maybe feel that femicide, black femicide, isn't a real issue. What do you think about that?
From what I see, can you hear me okay?
Yep, I got you.
Okay. So from what I see from people that I talk to,
Hmm.
in my real life outside of the YouTube space, it's unfathomable, but a lot of black women are still caught in like haze. They see it, haven't quantified it yet. And
Hmm.
so because they're not in this black YouTube space, they're not on social media getting the information, they really still don't know. Like they know that black women are being harmed and hurt by black men, but they don't know to the degree.
Hmm. Hmm. So you think that online communities like what we have here is a space where women are coming together and like kind of sharing stories, and we are beginning to realize some similarities between all of
Yes, here in this social media space, it's
them.
galvanized, it's centralized. Whereas, when you're just out in it seems spread out, everybody's kind of isolated,
Hmm.
so they don't know. And then people don't watch television like to.
Hmm.
People are streaming. You're not in a social media space where you real time information, especially if you're older. Like so, I noticed that some women between the ages, I would say 37 to a lot of them just not are not privy the level at which is. Do you understand?
Girl, I kind of do, but your stuff is going in and out. Like when you said around the
Out again.
37.
Okay.
Hmm. Are you sitting up? Girl, don't be in the bed. I know I got you up here at midnight and your
I,
bed is
no,
8:30.
I'm not.
I know your bedtime is
Why you got
8:30.
why you gotta try to make me sound old? Okay.
Okay.
No, I'm sitting up. I don't know. Is it better now? I gotta watch my position then.
Yeah, maybe it's that because it be going in and out. Sometimes it sounds good, then in a few minutes it's going in and out.
But now it's clear.
Yep, it's good right now.
Okay, so let's try to roll with that. So what was the last thing you
I was saying if you feel like online spaces have helped us as Black women be able to share our stories, you know, in a broader sense, so that we can kind of see the similarities, or maybe see that we all might be going through the same things with the same people.
Yes, because it's galvanized, Goldie, because it's centralized, it's in one place. The stories, you can see the data, and then when you look at the data from black femicide,
Hmm.
you constantly see the stories in the BWE space. And then when you look at the world around you and you think about, oh yeah, I know my neighbor. was a victim of DV. Oh, I know the girl on the street, or then it starts to um make sense in your mind.
Hmm. Okay.
Okay.
See, I
But
always
I
too much.
really want to go through this. When we go through this clip,
Hmm.
you're gonna see exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay. All right, you ready to get into it?
I'm ready to get into it. Let's go.
Okay, let's do it, girl. Let's see. Okay. Let me know if you can hear everything, okay?
Okay.
Today we are embarking on a
Can you
journey
hear it?
investigating injustice in Chicago. The goal is to make the city safer for
Can you
everyone,
hear it?
but especially for those
Yeah.
most impacted by crime.
CBS 2 investigator Dorothy Tucker spotlights a troubling pattern that's been ignored for years, and Dorothy joins us now live.
Well, Jim and Marie, we uncovered some unique facts and figures that revealed for the first time the truth about who criminals are really targeting. It's people who look like me. Our investigation exposes the causes and consequences of Black women at risk. We begin tonight with breaking news. Reports of multiple people shot on the city's west side. It's all we think about.
Multiple suspects walked up to the victim demanding his car.
Our biggest fear. Breaking tonight, 4 teens, 3 15-year-olds and one 16-year-old, all shot while on a front porch. Being the next victim of a crime.
The man stumbled down the Chinatown platform, bleeding from his neck from a gunshot wound.
But what are your chances?
We're not just talking about one or two robberies here. We're talking dozens of them.
Who's really the most at risk? Is it white men, white women, Asians, Hispanics, Black men? No, it's not. It's women who look like Tonia Thomas.
It's scary.
According to Chicago police crime data for 2022, when you look at all the offenses, count all the victims, Black women are the most at risk.
It's not fair.
Unfair because that 67,000 means 25% of crime victims are Black women, but they make up only 16% of Chicago's population. And when the CBS 2 investigators kept digging, we discovered even more disturbing data. Black women represented more than a third of kidnappings, 35% of assaults, 38% of batteries attacked and injured, 40% of rape victims. And let this sink in. Black women are 52% of human trafficking victims. Remember, they're only 16% of the population.
To have to navigate through life knowing that you'll potentially become a victim of a crime, primarily because of your race and your gender combined, it's not fair.
Thomas survived a rape,
This is all the paperwork from the hospital.
but she still feels the pain.
What happened to me, it won't go away.
It happened here, this West Side apartment building, at a friend's party.
I did have a couple of drinks, but nothing too crazy.
Pictures of a happy, smiling Thomas were taken just minutes before she felt dizzy and went to the bathroom. The police report details the horror of
Goldie.
criminal sexual assault.
I remember being in the bathroom with
Really?
You may not be able to show the whole video. You might have to just do the audio, and then when they get to the parts about the grate, you might have to
Hmm.
down. You know what I'm saying? Because you know how they want to flag over using their story. So yeah,
Oh, okay.
just
So what you want me to do
play it
now?
in.
Share a little bit,
Huh? Huh?
just it, and then come back and do it again.
You just pick up from where you left off at, but she's gonna talk about some graping
Hmm.
and
Mungus.
you know. So yeah, just play it in around so that everybody can hear it. But then when the statistics come back up, then show it when the statistics are shown.
Okay. So I should play it, but turn the volume down.
No, turn it up. I mean, turn the volume down when she says she was great.
Okay. So where we are now, you want me to play that part on mute?
No, you could go ahead and play it.
Okay. Girl, you know I'm slow. You got to tell me step by step, okay?
Okay. It's all right.
So you want me to put some volume right here?
You know,
Yes.
the car was parked actually right there on the corner, right before the stop sign.
Even when it comes to nonviolent crimes and reports where police record race, Black women,
I couldn't believe it.
like Evelyn Sparks, are targets. Black women account for 24% of property thefts, arson 28%, car thefts 29%. Again, they're only 16% of the population.
You could see it out the window.
A 2019 Kia,
I park there every day.
but in less than 10 minutes, it was gone. Photos of a trashed Kia found by police an hour later.
Somebody to take something that you worked so hard for, it just makes you feel very violated.
Why are they targets? Because they're, if you want to call it, easy prey. Yes, yeah.
Geneva Brown is a professor of criminology at DePaul University.
We just had an unfortunate Officer Preston who was killed. She was on her way home at 1:40 in the morning, and she was a target of a robbery disproportionately. Black women are working third shift jobs. Black women are in communities where there is a lack of a middle class, lack of a economic foundation that would deter this type of behavior.
Where they live,
What you thinking? You want to keep going? Girl, I
I
didn't
had
even add it
muted.
back.
No.
I ain't even added back to the stream before. You want to keep going though?
I do, Mom.
Yeah, let's. I mean, you want to start back over
Okay.
from the beginning since
Okay.
it wasn't in the stream.
Because it wasn't what on the screen.
Yeah, it wasn't in the stream or it wasn't on the screen.
Okay. But can you hear it now?
Yeah, I could hear it the whole.
10 years working on a journey, investigating injustice in Chicago. The goal is to make the city safer for everyone, but especially for those most
Tell me where you want me to
impacted by
pause it,
crime.
okay?
CBS 2 investigator Dorothy
All
Tucker
right.
spotlights a troubling pattern that's been ignored for years, and Dorothy joins us now live.
well, Jim and Marie, we uncovered some unique facts and figures that revealed for the first time the truth about who criminals are really targeting. It's people who look like me. Our investigation exposes the causes and consequences of Black women at risk.
We begin tonight with breaking news. Reports of multiple people shot on the city's west side.
It's all we think about.
Multiple suspects walked up to the victim demanding his car.
Our biggest fear.
Breaking tonight, 4 teens, 3 15-year-olds and 1 16-year-old, all shot while on a front porch.
Being the next victim of a crime.
The man stumbled down the Chinatown platform, bleeding from his neck from a gunshot wound.
But what are your chances?
We're not just talking about 1 or 2 robberies here. We're talking dozens of them.
Who's really the most at risk? Is it white men, white women, Asians, Hispanics, Black men? No, it's not. It's women who look like Tonia Thomas.
It's scary.
According to Chicago police crime data for 2022, when you look at all the offenses, count all the victims, Black women are the most at risk.
It's honestly, it's not fair.
Unfair because that 67,000 means 25% of crime victims are Black women, but they make up only 16% of Chicago's population. And when the CBS 2 investigators kept digging, we discovered even more disturbing data. Black women represented more than a third of kidnappings, 35% of assaults, 38% of batteries attacked and injured, 40% of rape victims. And let this sink in. Black women are 52% of human trafficking victims. Remember, they're only 16% of the population.
To have to navigate through life knowing that you'll potentially become a victim of a crime, primarily because of your race and your gender combined. It's not fair.
Thomas survived a rape.
This is all the paperwork from the hospital.
You want to keep going? Okay, let's keep going a little bit.
She still feels the
Did
pain.
you want to pause and talk about the statistics?
It happened here, this west side apartment.
You said what?
Did you want to pause and talk about the the statistics for a minute.
Oh no, the 67%.
It's just all of it. I mean, it's astounding. It's
Mm-hmm.
astonishing.
You talking about right here?
Yeah, and just go back a little. Right there, right there.
Okay.
Black women are only 16% of the population of the city of Chicago, but they
Mm-hmm.
overrepresent in every area of violent crime. 34% of kidnappings, 35% of assaults, 38% of batteries.
Mm-hmm. Now, you know, when I'm reading this, I'm thinking back to a time where it was just a couple months ago. There was a story that came out that said in Chicago particularly that certain crimes would not be detained in jail anymore. And most of the crimes that they listed on that report are crimes that's listed right here on this screen. And if
Right.
Black women are disproportionately affected by that, how is it that they can move forward, you know, legislations or plans that will keep, you know, this demographic of the citizenry in danger like this?
Well, that's an excellent point, and I'm glad that you brought that up because I fought hard against that so-called no cash bail policy that they had. And also, but this, the white Republicans of downstate Illinois pushed back and sued the governor over that policy. So right now, that policy is in court. So
Okay.
it's taking effect. So with these type of numbers, to your point, we don't want that to take effect. And so this is when we're in starch and staunch contrast with our black male counterparts because they want to push for situation and they're always hollering about the 92 crime bill. Well, the 92 crime bill took a lot of them off the streets, off my hands
Mhm.
and out of my face.
Mhm.
And so, as far as I'm concerned, the 92 crime bill did a lot of help, a lot of good. Now, should there be people locked up for 8,500 years for having marijuana? Of course not.
Mhm.
That's something that we need to look at and set to the. But black men want to pretend as though they were running amok in
Mhm.
92
Mhm.
and creating a lot of havoc and chaos. And so as we go further in this video, show you that this data was over 2 decades.
Mhm.
They compiled this data
Mhm.
from
Now, you know
years
what?
ago up to mhm.
I think that we should maybe if you have time, then we can come and talk about Tabitha tomorrow. But today I'm gonna change the title on this, but I would like to talk strictly about Chicago and what Dr. Umar said. I know we had a few things on the list for today, but if we could just focus on those two, and then I'll be available for you tomorrow if you wanted to chat some more about other things. But now if we want to talk about the fact that we had the 92 crime bill, how it disproportionately uh, from the thoughts of some people affected a particular demographic over others and that whole thing. And you just mentioned how 20 years ago there was an issue with black men running amok and all of that, and we're still having that same issue. When are we going to get serious about the real problem, the real issue that we are having in our community, our black community in particular?
Right, because black women have to have a come to black women moment when we face our boyfriends, husbands, sons, brothers, and realize that they are the blight in the community.
Girl, you
Period.
talking a little bit still.
Okay, what about now? Is it better?
Mhm.
Okay, so black women are gonna have to face themselves and have come to black women moment when we realize that our brothers, sons, cousins are the blight in the community. They're the problem.
Mm-hmm.
They're the problem. And so in 92, you was living out when I was a teenager, and it was very rough. And
Mm-hmm.
they want to say, well, people were and unfairly incarcerated. I see where some was, but that's a small minority. Most of those black men that were locked up under the 90 bill deserve to be locked up.
Mm-hmm.
And so once and now a lot of them survived. They have been released. Their sons that they left behind were locked up are now teenagers and in their early 20s. Look at the teens that's going on in Chicago that got started. Look at the drugs that Chicago got started. And so
Mm-hmm.
now all of that is a factor into these numbers right here.
Mm-hmm. And
52% of black women are sex traffic victims. No,
mhm.
go ahead.
I mean, my thing is when we gonna be honest about it then? Because if we just look at the the statistics here on the screen, 34% of kidnappings. I mean, I don't know many women going out and kidnapping another woman.
Right.
35% of assaults. Now, sometimes we don't handle disagreements the right way. So I'll say that there could be some women on women fighting violence or whatever within that 35%. But the overall majority of it, I wouldn't say that that's woman on woman assault. The same thing with the battery, 38%. Then the grape and the trafficking, all of that, it's a systemic thing that we kind of all know who's doing this, but nobody really wants to say what it is. One thing that I think about these pesky manosphere people. One when I came into the community a couple years ago, one thing that they wanted to focus on was going mainstream. They really wanted to be mainstream. And now that more people know who they are and we can even kind of consider them mainstream, we have to um be honest and expect them to be honest as well. Somebody's going to have to acknowledge that it doesn't boil down to who raised them, or even for lack of a better point, who didn't raise them. It's about the fact that these adult men or late teenage men are out here causing havoc. And it is an intentional and volitional thing. They know exactly what they're doing. And see, black men know one thing that they can do is depend on their brother or their friend or their cousin or their counterpart to excuse their behavior by making excuses for it. When we talk about single mothers, the onus is always on the woman. Why did you get pregnant? Why didn't you terminate? But we never talk about the men who abandon these children in a community of abandoned children. You know what I'm saying? We never really get to the real
It's 1 o'clock.
of the matter, and now it's time out for continuing to find a way to blame the black woman. See, they did a marvelous job of bringing the black woman out on a public square and pointing at her and making her the fault of everything. But when you sit down and take a look at the statistics, when you take a look at what's going on, when you really listen to um and really get into these talking points, you understand that it's not so much of the black woman's fault or the black woman's undoing or misdoing or not doing. It simply is about the absenteeism of black men, black male leadership, and just black men really raising the kids and leading the community.
Well, hey,
You
can
bargain,
you hear
girl.
me? Oh, shoot. Let me see. Can
Mhm.
you hear me now? Is that okay?
Yeah, no, it's still
No.
Borgin.
Well, now let me see.
Oh,
Is that better?
yeah.
Okay. So I'm glad you said let's have a Tabitha piece
Mhm.
and focus.
Girl, no,
He's
you
going to
still
speak to
Borgin. You
this.
still Borgin bad. You still Borgin bad.
Bad.
Yes. Can you try to come out and come back in? I'm gonna take you off, and then you come back in, and then I'll play the video while you talking. I mean, while you coming back in. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Let's get to this video and finish watching the rest until our baby girl come back.
And let this sink in. Black women are 52% of human trafficking victims. Remember, they're only 16% of the population.
To have to navigate through life knowing that you'll potentially become a victim of a crime, primarily because of your race and your gender combined. It's not fair.
Thomas survived a rape,
This is all the paperwork from the hospital.
but she still feels the pain.
What happened to me, it won't go away.
It happened here, this West Side apartment building, at a friend's party.
I did have a couple of drinks, but nothing too crazy.
Pictures of a happy, smiling Thomas were taken just minutes before she felt dizzy and went to the bathroom. The police report details the horrors of the criminal's sexual assault.
I remember being in the bathroom with my the person who assaulted me, and I remember just trying to get out of the restroom, but I couldn't get out.
The car was parked actually right there on the corner, right before the stop sign.
Even when it comes to nonviolent crimes and reports where police report race, Black women,
I couldn't believe it.
like Evelyn Sparks, are targets. Black women account for 24% of property thefts, arson 28%, car thefts 29%. Again, they're only 16% of the population.
You could see it out the window.
A 2019 Kia,
I park there every day.
but in less than 10 minutes, it was gone. Photos of a trashed Kia found by police an hour later.
Somebody that takes something that you work so hard for, it just makes you feel very violated.
Why are they targets? Because they're, if you want to call it, easy prey. Yes, yeah.
Geneva Brown is a professor of criminology at DePaul University.
We just had an unfortunate officer, Preston, who was killed. She was on her way home at 1:40 in the morning, and she was a target of a robbery. Disproportionately, Black women are working third shift jobs. Black women are in communities where there is a lack of a middle class, lack of a economic foundation that would deter this type of behavior.
Where they live, when they work, and listen to this, how they are perceived by criminals put a target on the backs of Black women.
You know that you're in a neighborhood where crime is the norm and not the exception. You're in a neighborhood where you know that the police are slow to respond. It creates that atmosphere where, unfortunately, you have people who feel empowered to become bolder or to continue to commit offenses until they're caught.
Why does it always have to be me? When do I get a break? When can I have some peace? I hear those words quite often in the work that I do.
Gabrielle Molden Carwell works as a trauma therapist, helping Black women cope with their emotional pain.
It's disheartening and it causes self-doubt because something must be wrong with me.
She knows the trauma of sexual assault, not just because she treats survivors.
I've seen it in my mom.
She's lived with it.
I've seen it in my grandmother on my mom's side. I've seen it for myself.
And how old were you?
I was 12.
In the year 2000, when this photo of a carefree little girl posed for the camera, masking her torture.
It went on for about 6 months or so. I was angry. I was heartbroken.
It's very aggravating.
Rage keeps me up at night a lot.
How long have Black women been overrepresented? The CBS 2 investigators went searching for answers. We looked at every crime, every victim, not just 1 or 2 years, not 3 or 4. We went back 21 years. CBS 2 investigative data journalist Elliot Ramos crunched the numbers.
The stuff is buried in like statistical reports that come out every year.
But it's here, the latest, pages 79 to 81.
You got batteries, you got robberies.
Ramos combined the crime data
by day of week, by location type,
with race, sex, and age from police reports.
It was surprising at how consistently Black women in particular were over-indexed in relation to the population, like year after year after year.
The revelation, Black women have always suffered more than others. A surprising fact?
I was 16 when all of that was going on.
No one suffers more than young Black girls under 18. A perfect picture of a thriving high school junior at Little Village until she dated the wrong boyfriend.
I remember like him grabbing my arm and he swung on me and hit me. He was very violent. He was very mentally abusive. All of that was very traumatic.
From 2001 to 2022, for every white girl attacked and injured, there were 18 Black girls hurt.
I decided like I wanted to take some pills. I no longer was getting the A and B's that I wanted. So if my grades began to drop, I felt very burdened. And so I no longer wanted to feel burdened.
I feel like this is just as bad as the war on drugs, right? Like everything went shut down for that. But what about these crimes?
But for Black women disproportionately targeted by crime, there is no special task force, no mayoral commission.
We talk about big picture stuff. We talk about, hot topics, but Black female victimization is not a hot topic.
And Brown adds, no public outcry to address the core causes.
And I think that this is a conversation that needs to be had.
We've been counting CTA attacks, and this one marks 8 in the past 10 days.
As a Black woman walking into the world,
some of the 14 wounded are still in the hospital.
Every day and knowing like, there's this high probability that something's going to happen to me when I leave the house. And it's like, do you even leave home? But we have to. We can't, live a life where we're sheltered, but why should we have to?
Here's a sad reality. The data shows that Black women are the most victimized group in Chicago, not just this year, but almost every year for the last 2 decades. Now, this is the first in a series of reports. In the future, we'll look at where these crimes are taking place and what might be done to address the problem. Jim and Marie?
Incredible work, Dorothy. Thank you for bringing this.
Okay, hello. Can you hear me?
Huh?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, you sounding better too.
Okay.
Okay. Girl, what a sad news report.
Absolutely. But I'm glad it happened.
Now let's talk solutions for a second. Do you think there is a solution to something like this?
Yes, there are solutions. It depends on what we are willing to do as a community to enact those solutions. It's a couple of ways we can approach this. As Umar Johnson talks about, and then we have a man here, Tyrone Muhammad. He started an organization called ECCSC, which is ex-cons for Community and Social Change. He himself is an ex-con. He talks about all the havoc that he wreaked in the community of Chicago, and now he wants to give back. And I have to admit, he's doing a good job. Actually, he was the man I sent you that video where the sisters had been attacked, had been assaulted at that nail shop, and he went and busted out the windows.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So actually, I saw Angry Biracial. He did this story. And he asks, what do Black women want from him? What do you want me to do? So I left him a comment and said, what I want is to see Black men that are like-minded come together and patrol, police the community and change it. So it should be angry biracial. It should be Tyrone Muhammad, ECCSC. It should be Umar Johnson, and other men like them should come together to stop this. Because if they don't stop it, I'm breaking up again. What about, okay, let me see. I don't know. I tried to come in from my phone. I couldn't come in from my phone. So I just came back to the computer.
Mm-hmm.
So the men need to come together, Goldie.
Mm-hmm.
The decent black men need to come together to change this, because if not, then we as black women going to have to change it, and then they won't like how we change it.
Mm-hmm. Now, before I ask my next question, when you say we as black women gonna have to change, what are you thinking there?
We need to push for legislation to get them locked up. We need to withdraw our money and support from them and
Mm-hmm.
from the American economy, because
Mm-hmm.
we should not continue to give this economy our money unless it's just like income tax dollars, stuff we don't have any control over. They take that out of your check before you get paid. But
Mm-hmm.
as far as these Thanksgiving dinners, do you know black women are holding up the American economy? Black women are the biggest consumers in America, and we're
Mm-hmm.
only 7% of the population.
Mm-hmm. Now, when you say holding up the economy, in what ways? In what spending are we doing that keeps America afloat?
We go to the movies more than any other demographic.
Mm-hmm.
We're spending something like 4 billion a year on weave and perms and makeup.
Mm-hmm.
If you just look at, this country makes most of its money, and most corporations make most of their money between the week before Thanksgiving
Mm-hmm.
and and Christmas Eve. When
Mm-hmm.
we look at how black women cook for Thanksgiving versus how white women cook, it's a big difference. We got 3, 4, 5 turkeys.
Mm-hmm.
We got all these aluminum pans. Now you
You
may
come,
say, "Where, huh?"
I say you going out.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to look at all these aluminum pans. You got to look at the dressing. You got all of that stuff adds up. Everything that we think is petty and minute,
Mm-hmm. Is where they
they're
make
making
money.
they're making money. The seasonings that we're buying, the celery, the onions, the everything, and
Mm-hmm.
we're the biggest consumer. Then when it comes to our children and Christmas, Kwanzaa, whatever you into, we are spending big money at that time of the year.
Mm-hmm.
How often do you see little white kids with a lot of Jordans and stuff on their feet? We're buying those Jordans. We're buying these tablets. We're buying these cell phones. Go
Mm-hmm.
look at the statistics. Black women is the biggest consumers. And then if it's true that black women is the most educated, or there's a portion of black women that are the most educated, college educated, I should say, demographic in the country, we need to use that too. Like this black woman right here is a journalist, so she's college educated. She fought for this story. So we're in spaces where black men are not in these spaces.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have to use that to fight for each other now. So that's why I said they need to come together and get these males that look like them together, or we're gonna have to get them together and they won't like it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now I agree. I think that if we as black women could get all on the same page, we really could change our own reality, like our individual reality in a drastic way. And I hate um to use a word like quote unquote pick me, but coming into the pandemic, we had a lot of momentum as black women. We had like over the last couple years, we have had some crazy momentum as black women. But I think that our demographic is splintered into little factions where we have some women who are super male identified, and then we have some women who are self identified, or they are more concerned with their future or the futures of their children more so than finding a way to create an excuse or create victimhood for Black men. And I think that that if we could all get on the same page, we definitely could change the trajectory of where things are headed in our community and how we are being affected in our community. Hey, third ward. Hey, Rainin. Thank y'all so much for joining us tonight. We just having a little chit chat. Me and my girl was on the phone talking each other ears off, and we decided to fire up the YouTube. If y'all are in here, feel free to like the video, share the video, subscribe to the channel. Me and Miss Cheri Dania are going to be going live more often, and just really having the conversation and continuing the conversation that a lot of people are already having in the space, which is a really good thing. But like I was saying, if we could all get on the same page as Black women and understand that if one of us are targeted, if one of us are considered at risk, if one of us are, from what they mentioned in the video, quote unquote easy targets, then that makes all of us vulnerable. That makes all of us at risk, and that makes all of us easy targets. And when I was talking about the momentum we had, this whole red pill thing that we talked about, this manosphere thing, in my opinion, is on its last leg. And it's only on its last leg because of the counter offensive that Black women have been doing online. I'm not talking about just those Black women that have come on online, attacking men over their opinions and views and everything, or just saying real, really mean or divisive or disparaging things about men. I'm not talking about those women. I think the main difference was made over the past couple years in the image of the Black woman. I think that this primarily happened online, and this is by women who told the truth. That's all they did. They told the truth. They didn't make any man, a villain or the bad guy, or a victim of something. They told the truth about the reality that they face every single day, like this girl in this news clip leaving out the house. They told the truth. The reality is that we don't have to worry about anybody else coming to victimize us in any way that was mentioned on those statistics in this video. I ain't saying that it's zero worry, but
Right. Can you hear me?
out of 10, when we are thinking about or protecting ourselves from having any of becoming a target of any of that stuff they mentioned in this clip, we know who would be the perpetrator and how they would look almost.
Right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So what I want to piggyback on is, again, we have power. We just got to continue to galvanize it and centralize it. So we are the highest educated demographic in this country. That's power. With those college degrees came income. That's power. We're the fastest growing homeowners. That's power. We vote. Black educated women vote as a block. Biden said it himself. His team said it himself. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you coming in and out a little bit.
Okay. I'm trying to move a different direction.
Hey, y'all, let me know in the chat if y'all can hear Cheri fine, or it might just be my connection. Because my little Wi-Fi bars are like down to like 1, so maybe it's me. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear her fine in the chat. Keep going, girl.
So Black women vote as a block. Educated Black women vote as a block. Biden and his team said themselves that Black women, educated Black women, saved his campaign. Had it not been for that demographic, can't hear me?
Yeah, it's going in and out. But you said had it not been for that demographic,
he wouldn't be president.
Mm-hmm. Well, how do you feel about that? Because in my opinion, this is my thing. In my opinion, I don't know if we as a people, a demographic, Black women, I don't know if we really are ready to do what it takes to get to the other side of this thing. Now, I know we talk about interracial dating, girl, and me and you be arguing. Okay, I ain't trying to argue with you tonight. I'm
Yes, you
saying,
are.
I'm saying though that for me, the answer isn't in looking at another community of men to be our quote unquote savior. I don't know if I should use that word, but it's not
Well,
the
well,
answer is
when you
not
say savior, what do you mean? When I'm saying that if we're voting for Democratic and we're
Who, me
giving
and
you
you?
no, I'm saying black educated black women as a block, we're voting Democratic.
Mhm.
Then we need to get something for our vote because we're giving them a free job, free housing. The White House doesn't pay property taxes. So I got to get up every day at 6:30 in the morning. So why do they get to just sit on their ass, run around this country, have a campaign, and then get a job making 2, 3, 400,000 a year? And then some because they parlay it into other things, books and biographies and all of this stuff. While
Mhm.
we're sitting here getting raped and drilled in our communities.
Mhm.
So no.
So you
So
think
we
it's
go ahead.
no, am I hearing you correctly in saying that you think it's political, that for Black women our power lies politically?
Our power lies politically, educationally, and economically. You
Mhm.
can't have one without the other. And we have all three. So we
Mhm.
need to centralize that, galvanize that, pull that together, and decide yes, we're moving in this direction. You want us to vote Democratic? We want this crime to stop. And if
Mhm.
that entails locking him up, first of all, what else do you expect a lawmaker to do except for make laws? What do you expect the police to do except for to come and arrest you? Look, a police officer is not your mama, not a teacher, not a doctor. You don't go see a lawyer because you got pneumonia. You go see a doctor. So to think that when we go to see certain people in certain genres, that they're not going to do what they do within their field, it's asinine.
Mhm. You broke up that last sentence.
I'm saying it's asinine to think that they're not going to do what they're supposed to do within their field.
Mhm. Mhm. So for me, from what you hear, from what I'm hearing you saying, I've been thinking this for a while. In my opinion, it's not wise to keep doing the same thing. Like you said, voting in a block as a Democratic block. Like I don't think that's the best use of our resources. I think if we really want to get serious about it, um, we need to come together as Black women and create our own voting block, whether that's independent or we create like a super PAC or something. But definitely, we need um, we need to show some force politically, because I personally think that a lot of the liberal policies and stuff is really what the problem is, really the root of the problem for a lot of it, because these policies, I mean, if you want to talk about how they benefit Black women, if you want to talk about welfare and stuff like that, I guess you could say that that's quote unquote for Black women. But if you talk about how Black women are the most educated demographic and most likely to be entrepreneurs and all of that type of stuff, do we really benefit from welfare? You know, I don't know if as a demographic we um, benefit from that in a major way. I think that as a Democrat, like for our community, I think the main benefits that we are getting through voting Democrat would be this whole little soft on crime thing
But
where
see, but to cut you off, first of all, the problem was in the 90s, Black women. I watched this happen. I live in this hell called Chicago. I watch Black mothers and grandmothers knowing that the grandson, the son, was selling drugs out of the garage, out of the basement. And he wasn't even giving them any money with the bills from that illegal money. While the house was getting raided, while the house was taken by the government. A lot of this happened in the 90s because so many black women cried out. What about all the black women that was dating the drug seller, right? That were murdered when the ops came in the house, children murdered, stuff confiscated, women going to jail. So they began to cry out, okay, so here comes Biden. He's a senator at the time. He's listening to all of this. He said, well, what do you want? What else can a lawmaker do except for make laws? So he proposed a bill to Bill Clinton. Okay, well, they want tougher, they want stricter penalties on their particular demographic of men. Okay, fine. Bill Clinton signs it. Now we got to hear all this cry. Then black women came back and cried again. Well, it's not fair. White guys got a whole pound of cocaine and a black guy got 4 rocks, crack rocks, and he's doing 17 years in Statesville while the white guy got probation. They can't see this is not all Joe Biden's fault.
But now, was
This
it
is not
actually
all Bill Clinton's fault. Go ahead.
Was it disparities like that vast where black men were just being locked up for small amounts, but white men weren't like being locked up for the same things? Was that really happening?
That was really happening.
Okay.
That was really happening. But it was more than just about the quantity of the drugs that each man had. It was about the level of crime that went along with those drugs that each man had. You still did not have the level of crime in the white community with his pound of cocaine that you had in our community when each guy had 4 to 7 crack rocks on him. The level of crime that we was dealing with was totally different, and it all was linked back to the crack. So then once they got locked up, now we got to deal with black mothers singing this song. Oh, you shouldn't have locked him up. Well, I didn't want that to happen. Well, what did you think was going to happen? This wasn't did you go? Well, look, if you go to a pastor, he's going to pray for you. If you go to a lawyer, he's going to he's going to go to court for you. You go to a judge, he's going to adjudicate your trial. So you can't ask somebody to step outside of their profession. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, okay, but now what is the solution outside of locking them up? What is the solution?
We don't as black women we don't have outside of that, we don't have the power to do anything else to them. Only other thing you could do potentially is stop having sex with them. Stop feeding them, housing them, talking to them, having sex with them. And we see that that's not happening. I don't know if that model will ever work. We would have to all really be serious about that. Because if we were all serious about not housing them, not entertaining them, I'm telling you, 75% of them will hit the streets tomorrow. If you come through Chicago, as we was talking earlier about where the black community live. So in Chicago, they live from the 30s all the way out to the 175th. And when I'm driving that distance, all you see is black men on the streets homeless. A lot of the manosphere talking points are outdated, talking about welfare and stuff. I haven't seen that in Illinois since 96 when Clinton changed the welfare laws. You don't have any welfare queens anymore. The manosphere got 1986 talking points.
Girl, you know they don't read them books they be talking about, and they don't read that data either. So they probably don't even know that welfare queen and all of that stuff was 20, 30 years ago. They probably have no idea.
No, I did. Go
Mhm.
ahead.
But you brought up a good point with this Umar thing. I haven't watched the whole thing. I just watched some of it. But I think that a lot of I think that most of the issue that we're having in our community is that the men aren't holding themselves accountable. And they see to it that everybody else is held accountable. Because if you get pregnant out of wedlock, you have that baby, guess what? That's your baby. And Black men have created this brotherhood where they say, hey, all of the single mothers are for all of us. So a way to make the single mothers for all of us is to not date them. If you get a girl pregnant and she keep the baby, just leave her. Nobody else will get with her. So that means that whenever you want to come back to her, you can, because no other man is going to want to be with her. Oh, and also that means you can't be a stepfather either. So you got to go ahead and just abandon the child, your own child. But if you are a guy who meet this woman and you like her, just because she has a child, you can't date her. So again, that makes her available to all of the guys in the community for playtime, right? Because nobody is going to take her seriously from what they have established within their brotherhood.
But
So
I
until
feel like, Goldie, they are only spouting what's happening. It's just an observation because the men in our community wasn't taking us seriously anyway.
never,
Never.
I don't know. I don't know. I think we need to be very careful about stuff like that. Because listen, if we want
Okay.
to say that the men in our community have never taken us seriously, then that means that we have always been the demographic of women that nobody wanted, not even our own men. So I
That's
think that
true.
huh?
That's true.
I don't think that's true.
That's right. Go through the annals of history. Go back to when we came here as slaves. We came here as property of who? A white man. We are an arrested, developed people from the plantation. The borders of the plantation has just extended. We have never stopped those plantation politics. To this day, our men never wanted us. They were boys. The story that's told is erroneous. As a historian, I could tell you it's erroneous. Most of the slaves that were brought here were girls between the ages of 5 and 16 years old. Over 50% of the slaves was little girls. And when they are you going to try to bring a 30, 40-year-old person somewhere halfway across the water to be a slave? You can't bend them and break them. But who can you bend and break to your will? A child. That's a lie. They bring no old ass people here to be slaves. And they figure that women are more docile and more easily broken. So you
Okay.
bring a little boy, if you bring a little boy here to be a slave, that's all he's ever known. It's subjugation and servitude. So our men ain't never been shit since the slave ship. And they wasn't halfway shit in Africa. And that's the reality that we don't want to face. Because how did we get here? If our people were so strong, how did we end up here in the first fucking place? Because half of our people sold us, gave us away. Tribal wars. And they got a responsibility in this shit too. And then they want to cry about colonization. Well, we all swimming in the same boat. This is the hell that you created when you sold us off, Africa.
Mm. Girl, you getting deep up in here tonight. You getting deep up in here tonight. Because, I don't know. Black women, I think we gotta be. I think we gotta be careful because what we say about about them, we ultimately can say about ourselves too. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And that's why, because when we talk about interracial dating, we disagree a lot. That's why I tell you about my perspective on interracial dating. I'm not against it. I just don't feel like every single black man is undateable. Just like I don't feel like every non-black man is dateable. I don't. I created this vetting system, and it's across the board for any man that's trying to get your time. Because one thing I know is that despite what we have been told about history and what we know to be true and stuff, I know that just because you're not black don't mean that you're a good catch. I know that
Right,
that
but Goldie, why see we keep focusing about relationships. We are in a civil war. We are in crisis. We to me, we too focused about the relationship man woman dynamic. We can't even get to that right now. We're trying to have food, clothes, and shelter and safety.
as a community, that's what you think we should be thinking about?
Yes, food, clothes, shelter, money, and safety.
But how can
Protect.
you think about that? How can you think about that without the foundation of a relationship? Now, I wasn't going towards relationship when I was talking initially,
Mm-hmm.
but now that you bring that up, when we need to think about community, food, clothes, shelter, safety, all of that, it takes men and women working together in any
But
racial.
we don't have men. Gold. We don't. Our men are working with us right now.
But see, and that's the thing. You can't say, I hate the not all thing. I hate the not all thing. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
But I've never been able to navigate this life saying all this or all that.
Well, it's
You know what
statistically impossible to say all.
Mhm.
That's statistically impossible. So we know it's not all, but the handful is so minute. So look, let's look at this. So when Sin was on uh, Fox Soul, one of those episodes, and what they was talking about was, and they had the sociologist from my state, from Northwestern University, a black woman who was married to a black man. And she gave the numbers. She didn't even want to acquiesce to it herself, but she had to. And she gave the statistics and said that by the time a 16-year-old a black girl 16 years old, her counterpart is dead or in jail. 16. So now you're looking at 4 black girls for every one functioning black boy at 16 years old.
Mhm.
By the time you're 20, that number has doubled. By the time you're 25, it has quadrupled. So that's how you get the 2 million more black women than black men. It starts very early on. Our little black boys are out here with guns in Chicago. I've seen them at 7 years old with guns.
Mhm.
It won't be too much longer before he's in Statesville prison or the grave. So
Mhm.
where does that leave that black girl? Without a mate, without a black mate. So when we know that family is the first institution, we know this. But how
Mhm.
can we build families when the mate isn't there?
But see, so then what are you saying? Black women, y'all, it's over for you. Because see what we talked about earlier is one thing we know that we do have options interracially. We all know that as black women. Despite what people done said, we know that we have options interracially.
Right.
But 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 we don't have, but maybe not all of us have that. So what
That's
we
the
are saying,
reality.
huh?
That's the reality.
That's the reality. Because I don't know what the statistics are for other people, but let's just use the demographic of um let's say Hispanic, okay?
Mhm.
I don't know what their demographic is as it relates to the male female split, but the men in their communities or in their demographic in that group, they want to be with their women.
Mhm.
So there's going to be a large majority of them that goes to be with their women. There's going to be
Mhm.
a remnant of them that will be available for all of us other women, you know?
Mhm.
But the
Mhm.
reality is that the men of each racial group typically mate with the women of their own racial group. It's just when you come to the black community that our men mate outside of our community more than any other group of men. But the
Right.
thing is that so what does that mean for us? I mean, of course we can date out those of us who can and want to and do should, but that also leaves a huge swath of us that don't have any
Absolutely.
options.
But I
They
think we need to come back to economics first. To, in my opinion, we have to come back to economics first. We have
Mhm.
more Arabs, Indians, and other Asians in our neighborhoods, whereas white communities have them in their neighborhoods, but on a minuscule way because the dominant society has control of the institutions. They control education, they control healthcare, they control the banking system. So they can deal with a certain level of dysfunction because they're insulated by their other institutions. So when their family institution fails, their people still have other institutions to turn to still lift themselves up. Economics first. We
Mhm.
don't have that. We don't have a healthcare system. We don't have an education system. Hell, the same people that enslaved us, the man didn't treat you right, and now you expect him to teach you right and teach your children. Hell, that's not going to happen. Why would I teach the former slaves' children how to rise up and compete with me? See, we don't see this thing for what this is. This is about an economic competition, and they don't want black people to rise up and compete with them on an economic level. Why do you think there is a suppression of Africa? We couldn't be on this computer, cell phone, or anything right now if it wasn't for the continent of Africa. Every mineral you need comes out of that continent, and it's a suppression. But yet, they're some of the poorest people on the planet Earth. This is about competition economically. We don't have time to keep talking about who we're gonna get into bed with.
But no, I no that's equally important in my opinion. To me, that's the first step. To me, that's the first step. And when I say not all, I'm saying that there are some black men that are available to to go on the mission with us. There are some that want to correct this stuff too. And over the past couple years, maybe the last year or so, more of them have become to be more vocal, especially after their little rabies infected kitty died. You know what I'm saying? There have been more men after they put that one down at the Pound Girl. There
Uh-huh.
have been more men to come out and say, "Hey, y'all sound a damn fool, and y'all making all of us look stupid," because they are on a national, international, worldwide stage. Black men have uncovered themselves as perpetual victims, excuse makers, just anything, lack of ambition, disloyal, all of it. They have uncovered themselves, and that's what this red pill thing, manosphere thing, ultimately did, in my opinion, is put black men on the world stage and showed them as excuse makers and blame shifters and victimized people who consider themselves victims, you know. But there is a group of black men that do want to see more and see better for us, you know. So I think that we as a community, for those of us who do want to do the economic everything that you mentioned, the things that pillars we need to get in order so that we can re-strengthen the community. It starts at home, in my opinion, with those children and with those systems that you build up and make into like a new norm, a new normal thing. And I don't think that we can create that dynamic without first creating a dynamic between Black men and Black women being able to
I'm
be.
I'm gonna tell you how we can do it. How we're going to have to do it if we're going to survive as an ethnicity and if we're going to survive as a race.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is a staunch economic suppression of ADOS people, and it extends to the Caribbean and it extends to the continent.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, Black women are going to have to move forward. The Black man, he's not the leader of the community. We
No.
need to get that out of our heads. We are in a matriarchy and we need to just let it go full bloom and have a matriarchy and move forward. Black women need to start a credit union. Black women need to start a bank. We need to centralize and galvanize our money. We need to start more schools, online schools. Brick and
Mm-hmm.
mortar is just about dead.
Mm-hmm. You
We
think so, girl? I hope not. Don't take my job, girl. Don't take my. Don't have me on no computer trying to teach nobody all day, okay? That ain't what I want, all right?
Well, so I don't want to go too far, but AI is here. So,
Mm,
you know, and that's what I'm saying. As a people, we're stuck in the stone age.
mhm.
And everybody else is telling me, you got Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, they trying to go to the moon, and we still trying to work out who's supposed to cook and clean.
Girl,
Whoever home.
I had a conversation with one of my most evolved friends. Okay. I really look up to this guy. And it's crazy that feel like I look up to somebody that's like in my peer group. But he is, accomplished, got very well educated. He is a detective, I think, with his department, been there for like 20 years or something like that. But he believed a lot of the stuff that they've been saying, about everything being not their fault. Black men, you know what I'm saying? And it's like they don't take time to really sit back and look at their reality.
You know what? I would say this. Historically, I can't say it's all their fault. It's
Mhm.
not all their fault.
But
But
no,
what they don't want to see is that it's all their responsibility because it's your plight. You
mhm,
think the same people or the descendants of the same people that enslaved you are now going to put you on equal footing with them? In what world are you living in? We have to go back to the fact that this is a capitalistic country.
mhm,
It was built on capitalism, not socialism, and now has a few aspects of socialism because shit got so bad for white folks, as we was talking about earlier, in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. So now they start to inculcate some aspects of socialism from the government, where the government should be here to help you try to get a leg up. But America talks with a forked tongue. America talks out of both sides of his mouth.
mhm,
It's a capitalistic country. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But then at the same time, they was giving white folks land in California, giving them land in Texas for free, for $1, the Homestead Act.
mhm,
Then when they say stuff like, we don't deserve reparations because none of us were slaves, well, had you given the reparations in 1867 like you should have, we wouldn't be in this position. But yet the white slave plantation owners got reparations and stole money from the Freedmen's Bureau.
mhm,
This is how our HBCUs got built. It's because at that time we fought and we was able to get a portion of reparations, but it was never fully fulfilled. But our men want to feel like men, see, they feel less than a man up against that white man. And so to feel like a man, he comes home and he hits you. He beats you. He beats the children
Mm-hmm.
because he's lacking within, because he never wanted to do what it would take to turn it all around.
Mm-hmm. So is it even possible to even happen?
It is. It's possible to happen. It is possible.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's a myriad of ways that you can go about it. Number one, I mean, we as sisters, we got issues too.
Mm-hmm.
We have issues too because economically we don't want to abstain from this system. We don't want to be uncomfortable. We don't want to withdraw. We don't like ourselves in some aspects too, because
Mm-hmm.
anytime you got to have a wig on your head every 5 seconds of the day, you got a problem. The perms is killing us and giving us fibroid tumors.
Mm-hmm.
When they go and do an autopsy on Black women's skulls, it's some type of green goo that leaks out from up under the skull. Dick Gregory, they called him in to come look at it, some white scientists, medical examiners. And when he got there, he said he knew what it was, but he refused to say what it was because he was embarrassed. If you put a chemical on your head every 6 weeks for 40 years, what do you think that's doing to you?
Mm-hmm.
These lashes is out of control. Now, I know we talking about what seems petty, but when you get 40 million women buying lashes at $5, how much money is that? That just left out of your community.
Mm-hmm.
And you gave that to some Vietnamese person, some Chinese person that treated you like a dog in the process.
Mm-hmm.
See, we don't like how we look. See, a lot of this is going to go back to self-love and self-esteem.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When you look at the numbers, they say if we was our own nation, we would be worth $2 trillion. Do you know that that's the GDP of the United Kingdom? 2.4 trillion.
Wow. Girl, wow. But I don't know. I don't know. I like getting into this because I feel like we can. I'm gonna put the link in the chat just in case somebody wanna.
Okay.
And girl, my baby didn't fell asleep on me, so I got to take him downstairs. Um, but um, I don't know. We talk about the solutions and stuff like that, but I feel like I get so sad thinking about this because at the end of the day, what can we do? And we know that Black men are a major problem in our community.
Mm-hmm.
Not because they bad guys or not because they
Some of
just
them bad guys.
huh?
Some of them are bad guys. Let's call it
Some
what.
are.
Some of them is monsters.
Yeah, some of them some monsters, and some of them some bad guys, but not because they, as a majority, are bad people. Is that as a majority, most of them don't want to see themselves as successful leaders of their own communities, of themselves, of women, of children, of anybody. They want to say, I can't because this person won't let me, or this system won't let me, or this structure won't let me. And then when we have women that come in and say, well, you know, he would if he could, but he can't because there's no way around it because the world is designed for him to stay where he is. Then we have another issue of they say, okay, well, hey, other people see that I'm a victim and other people see that my life has been so hard and they acknowledge this. So since they say that it's been hard and they see this, then I can say that it's too hard for me to do anything to change it and just float through life. And I think that for decades, that's what's been happening. Our Black men have just been floating through life. But now the reality is that we may be seen a little bit differently from them, but we still are seen as the women of black men or the female counterpart to black men. You understand what I'm saying? So
Sure, sure.
a lot of their stigma and stereotype and apathy and all of that stuff rub off on us. You know what I'm saying?
But
And when
we tolerate it. That's where we're at fault because we tolerate it. But we don't talk enough about the fact that I just watched a Chinese lady come out and say she want to do an expose on all the domestic violence that goes on in the Chinese American community. But they're
Mhm.
taught to be quiet. See, we're not having we have some nuanced problems, but some of our problems are American problems that every American demographic is going through. But in our minds, nobody else is going through hell but us, and that's not completely true. A
But
lot of men are derelicts in every race and ethnicity.
exactly. Mhm. But they do find a way to work together and move things forward when it's time to do that. So the black men that could be considered derelicts cannot be an excuse as to why, as a community, those that are not cannot galvanize together, move forward, and get to a different page. You know what I'm saying? And
Well,
now,
we don't understand economics, and that's one thing that I see that every other ethnicity does understand. They understand economics and they have self-love and they
mm,
have loyalty. We don't understand that, like Black Wall Street, right?
mhm,
In Tulsa, Oklahoma. What was fascinating about that and why it was bombed? The government bombed them. They got hit with turpentine bombs from the sky, from planes. So Bubba in the back field didn't own no turpentine bomb. Who did that? The state of Oklahoma did that. With whose approval? The U.S. government. Why? Because they didn't want to see a ADOS community begin to rival white communities. And that's not the only black community that was bombed. We had over 3,000 thriving black towns after slavery. You have to remember, we had the skills and white folks didn't. We were the Smiths. We knew how to make the shoes. We made furniture. We made the clothes. They didn't have any skills. They
mhm,
had to stop that. So in Tulsa, the money, $1 would circulate 300 times before it ever left the community. Now, when I go up here to the gas station and the Arabs own it, that done left out my community. Out, boom, gone, gone. That's what this was all about. So if you don't have any economics, the economics is going to fund you to have health care. Economics is going to fund you to have education. Economics is going to bring peace in your home. Because if you can't feed yourself and your children is crying and they're hungry and their stomachs is touching their back, that's gonna make you and the man get to fighting.
mhm, mhm. But then, so they need to
Come
go to
on, give
school.
it to me.
Uh,
They need to go
These,
to school.
yeah, these black men need to go to school. Then
Yes, they need to go to
they need
school.
to up their economic ability.
Yes, and they need to stop being cowards. And that's one thing that the word that they don't want to use, that they are perpetuating all day and all night long. They are cowards.
Mhm, mhm. But I don't see how any of them could deny that though.
But they do every day.
But in reality, like
It's 2 o'clock.
they get online and just talk a whole bunch of stupid shit, right? I don't see
Right.
how they really can believe none of this stuff in the real world.
Hey, your guess is good as mine. Like I look. Look, I don't know what to tell you, like, because clearly they live in some type of fantasy world.
Well, I don't know. I feel like they get a lot of positive reinforcement, or they get a lot of um reinforcement of bad behavior. What's the word where you applaud bad behavior or support
Mhm.
bad behavior, whatever that word is, I'm missing. But when we talk about them and this whole passport thing and this whole dating out thing, they get positive reinforcement outside the community from other women who are willing to be with them. When when we all know that they aren't in a position to care for a woman or children or anything, these women still gonna be with them. I ain't talking about black women. I'm talking
Right,
about,
I got
you know what I'm saying? And it's like,
but why wouldn't she?
stop thugging? Who gonna stop thugging? Who gonna stop doing anything when the whole world has seen rewarded for bad behaviors? Thank you, Raina. When the world see you as a perpetual victim, you allow yourself to be labeled as one. But the lower the lower levels of those communities to still get with you and be with you, do they have any real reason to want to do better? Because if black women turn their backs on our backs on them, and they still can go and get the lowest white woman, the lowest Asian woman, the lowest Hispanic woman available to them and still live what they consider to be a good life, do they even have real incentive to do better? You know
So
what I'm
then
saying?
we shouldn't want them. You shouldn't want those black men. I'm not saying it's not some decent black men out there, because there are, and I know of a few, or I've seen a few online, but it's clearly a disease. And why wouldn't they get with a woman of a different race, especially a white woman? Let's stay right there. Because a white woman, why would, I mean, look, she's insulated. She's dealing with the strongest man on the planet currently. So she can go run, she got the latitude to go freak whoever she want to freak. Because when that don't work out, guess what? She has her community. She got the whole world to fall back on. That woman can get up and move to Finland. That woman can get up and move to Switzerland. And
Girl.
she's going to be accepted. So it don't matter that she was having sex with Bobo, Tyrone, the Questionate. It doesn't matter. I've seen plenty of white women take their children to Germany, make their biracial children grow up in Germany, and the kids had to go through whatever they went through. She don't care. Haven't you noticed that the black man and the white woman is the same selfish individual? That's why
Girl.
they like each other.
Yeah, I see. And I've been doing some little reading on their marriage statistics and stuff like that. I didn't understand what white women saw in black men until recently. I didn't understand why they did that until recently. But now I understand very well. And I understand why black women and white men relationships work out well too. You know? So I definitely I see it. I see it. But I think that what we learned from the Dr. Umar um clip when we play that is that somebody got to call them out, and then some action has to take place after that. Because see, they spent a whole lot of time talking trash about Dr. Umar, and it was well warranted. But I don't know who can refute anything that he said the other day in that interview. I don't know who can refute anything that he said. And the thing is that when do you want to play it? Because when he was talking, girl, those guys are so much like the other guys in this community, where they hear what the problem is, but they still turn around and say, "Oh, but what about her? Oh, but what about this one over there? What are they doing? I know I'm wrong. I know I'm not doing anything, but what about them? They also aren't doing anything. So since they also aren't, doing what they need to do, nobody should be looking at me for not doing what I need to do." You understand? And one
You're
thing
right.
is that he didn't let them rest on that.
He didn't let them off the hook, but I want to say this before you play the clip. is we as Black women, we have to see that we're in a state of emergency. These are our babies that we give birth to. Do you want your son either in the penitentiary for 100 years, which he'll be deceased, or you want him deceased quickly in the grave? That's your baby. So what are you going to do to protect him, insulate him, and change this around? We can no longer sit here and wait for Black men to come save us as a collective. They ain't showed up, and we can't wait for them to show up, and we can't keep doing all this talking. We got to put some action in place and start moving forward. That's part of the solutions. Is everything going to be perfect? No, but they look, our truth don't have to be validated by their lies. We don't seek validation in what they're talking about. We need to move forward on what we know is right without them. What was that movie, Field of Dreams? If you build it, they will come. We need to build a new Black community and then let the decent Black men come back in. And then work out some type of mutual arrangement and understanding and forgiveness and grace and move forward. But right now, it's just not the time. And we don't need to be worried about the bullshit that they talking on the other side. Your education don't mean nothing. Your house don't mean nothing. Your car don't mean nothing. You don't mean nothing. You ugly. You're fat. You're Black. You're this. You're that. Great. Good. You don't want me. Awesome. Because I wasn't put on this planet and born to be here for your expectations. I know what's right. Because I'm the mother of civilization. I'm the nurturer. I'm the goddess. I'm the queen. I'm the empress. I know what's right. See, we are like diminishing our own power, sitting here constantly talking about them every day and waiting for what they're going to do.
Okay. Okay, I can get that. I can get with it, girl. Let me go ahead and let me see if I can get that Umar up.
Okay.
Girl, Umar was looking kind of good in this little statement.
Oh Lord.
He was looking kind of good. Okay. Like, Umar, what was you talking about? Okay. Umar, what was you saying? Okay. What is you saying? They got this one that I'm watching, like broken down into chapters. So it's a few chapters that I would like for us to talk about, and and we'll just watch the chapter and then talk about that one.
That's fine. Girl, don't get me started because you know how I am about that validation. Don't seek nobody else's validation. That's how Ebony K. Williams messed up when she was seeking Ayala's validation. You brought this old she-goat on the panel to tell you how to get a man. Girl, if you don't go within and figure it out, be your best self, and a high-level man will be attracted to you.
Let's say it again, girl.
Be your best self, and a high-level man will be attracted to you. Live your life, and he'll come. If you build it, he will come.
Hey, but see, now you know what? I hope I ain't making y'all mad because I ain't trying to make y'all mad. But I want to know then, why are we entertaining the thugs then? I'm gonna enter in not only the thugs, but the lames that be lying about their lack of ambition and trying to hide it and making it seem like they on the up and up, but they ain't really doing shit to move forward in life. Those the same to me as a Pookie and a Ray Ray. The guy who any of these Black men, you know, they make it seem like you only have book smart Black men and then Pookies and Ray Rays or like thugs. But I have met a lot of different kinds of Black guys. You know what I'm saying? But if you are not about if you don't have, you know, strong values of some type of faith, some type of family, marriage, headship, leadership, provision, thinking about your future, leaving some type of investment or some type of inheritance for them. In my opinion, if you don't have that, then you the same thing as a Pookie, a Ray Ray, a thug, a felon, all that. You in the same boat if you are not forward thinking, you know. So my question is why are we continuing to entertain these low level black men? Not
Okay,
just
so let
thugs,
me answer that.
not
Okay,
just
so
thugs, not just pookies, but
okay,
a lot of these incels online are
yeah.
the low level black men I'm talking about too.
Okay, so I don't want to go too far so I don't lose my train of thought so I can answer your question. Part
Hmm.
of the problem, you have to look at it from an anthropological and a sociological standpoint. We
Hmm.
as human beings are still grappling with civilized versus savage birth versus primal instincts. A lot of women are attracted to the so-called thug or Pookie or Ray Ray because he exudes masculinity.
Hmm.
He's strong. Whether we and see these are things as civilized people we don't want to acknowledge, right?
Hmm.
Outside of academic spaces, but there's something we still have a primal nature. And when you see that guy get up and bust somebody in the head, that's masculinity. You
Hmm.
like that. Those pheromones go off. You're attracted to that.
Hmm.
But you don't like the other negative parts that come with that he won't hold down a job. Then
Hmm.
maybe now he busting you in the head.
Hmm.
Okay, so that's the balance that we're trying to gain, and then we're in this new technological age that doesn't fit in with the primal stage of hunter gatherer. Because see, this whole conversation about what's masculine and what's feminine, that's antiquated, that's obsolete. I'm feminine because I'm a woman.
Exactly. So this whole Jedi mind trick that these black men pulled on black women as a whole about being masculine, to me was just the one of the last little feathers in their hat of manipulation and deception to try to get the world stage to not see them for who they really are. They said, "Oh, we can't be husbands because these women are masculine." When you
Right.
really sat down and think about it and really dissect what they're saying, then what they're saying is we can't be husbands because we are too feminine.
But you also brought up another point that I don't want to forget is that so the Bible not my book, but I use aspects of it that's good. And one thing that the Bible says is that my people perish, but people without a vision shall perish.
Mhm.
My people perish for a lack of knowledge. And also, again, a people without vision shall perish. Our people didn't have vision. If we take this all the way back to Africa, Africa was thriving until it had what? A formidable opponent.
Mhm.
Until, look, black people been on this planet 4 million years. Europeans only been on this planet that we can quantify about 200,000 years. How did you let somebody that's been on this planet for 200,000 years take you over and you've been on this planet 4 million years? Because you had warm weather. You could eat off the tree. Nobody was challenging them. Then when they got challenged, they lost. They don't rise to the occasion. And we have not risen to the occasion, and we won't face that fact. We cannot, until we accept that we lost the battle, we cannot win the war.
Girl, where's your collection plate? Where is your collection plate? Okay.
Am I preaching tonight?
You are, but I'm feeling so sad, girl. I'm feeling sadder and sadder and sadder and sadder because the reality is just what it is. And I think that the men and not just African American men, like you said, these are the Caribbean men, these are the men on the continent, period. It seems as if when you brown, African
Mhm.
American, African, whatever, I don't
Wait, wait,
know.
wait, wait. Hold on. Let me bust in for a minute. When you
Mhm,
brown, when you are brown, when you anything other than white
mhm,
from the hills of Europe, you
mhm,
got a problem on this planet because he understands warfare. And let's look at Brown. Let's look at all these immigrants coming here. You allowed your woman to give birth in the Rio Grande River. You a piss po ass man. To your point about divesting. Go get a Latino. Are you crazy? He's running over here into the United States trying to live in this white man's patriarchy, begging
mhm,
him for bread, fighting us for crumbs off the white man's table.
mhm,
So how much of a man is he?
mm.
Give me a break.
Is it a problem with just men, period?
It's a problem. People of color have a natural instinct of tribalism, but community and still a sense of love. And we don't understand the psyche of Europeans.
Mhm,
Listen to their phrases. Only the strongest survive.
mhm,
So the Chinese came up with gunpowder and they developed the first gun, but it was like a toy to them.
mhm,
They didn't see where you could use it to end somebody's life, but the European did.
mhm,
Africa was lost over technological advancement in warfare. So you bringing a knife to a gunfight, you bringing a spear to a gunfight. Now in the beginning we had a chance because they had a musket. Do you know how long it take you to have to load that musket between shots?
mhm.
So that further tells you our psyche. You would stand here and wait for somebody to load a musket for 5 minutes.
Hmm.
You should have all got on top of them and stabbed them out of here.
Girl, shut up. Can you stop with me tonight? Okay. Because really, how did it happen? But it's done though. It's done. It's done.
It's done.
It's
So
done.
now
But
we're the generation that got to fix it.
mhm.
I think it's a beautiful time to be alive on the planet. I think
Mhm.
it's a beautiful time to be a black person. I think it's a wonderful time to be a black woman
Yeah, I do too.
because we're talking about it and we're
Mhm.
going to change this because we're
Mhm.
bringing it all to the forefront.
Mhm.
You
Yeah.
know what? A black man said this years ago. I was at this conference and he
Mhm.
said the black man and the white man is on a seesaw
Mhm.
and the white man is up in the air and the
Mhm.
black man is down on the ground. And the
Mhm.
black man just keeps wondering, how do I get up in the air like the white guy? Or what's holding the white guy up? Fool, you holding them up. Get up off the seesaw.
Girl, shut up. Okay. Oh my goodness. Girl. And you mean to tell me nobody before our generation figured this out?
Fear.
Technology just so good right now that we don't have no other choice but to do it. But to have these conversations, like, what is it? It's been a long time.
Fear. Fear and a lack of vision of what would a black world look like? What does black ownership and leadership look like? And do we have to take on the same model as the European? Do we have to try to eliminate the European physically the way that he tried to eliminate us? And I say not necessarily. But I'm like Malcolm X. All things is on the table, but people always gloss over the beginning of Malcolm's speech when he talks about by any means necessary. Malcolm didn't say go out and get no gun. your first step. He said, come to the table of negotiation.
Mhm.
And if all negotiations fail, then by any and all means necessary.
Mhm.
And so when I talked earlier to you about Thomas Jefferson, he said the people have a right. It is their duty to take down a tyrannical government.
Mhm.
And that the tree of liberty, I'm paraphrasing, but that the tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of patriots and tyrants. So what he was saying is that he knew that when you go to have a revolution, you gonna lose some, but you gonna fight.
Mhm.
So you're not gonna just as we say in Chicago, you got to bring some ass to get some ass. Nobody leaves a fight unscathed.
Mhm.
But do you want to live on your knees or die on your feet? And see, these are real stark realities that men understand. And the black man knows it. What was that stuff Kevin Samuels was always talking about? Well, women talk slick and say this and talk crazy to a man or whatever or each other. But men, we don't talk crazy to each other because we know it'll get physical.
Mhm.
So we hold that back. We try to negotiate. We try to walk away.
Girl, do you know I have a video that I have not released yet about that Kevin Samuel stuff where he made it plain as day that what he wanted his people to do was to come with a heavy hand against the women. He when he said that sometimes a woman need to be slapped, he was serious about that. And what he wanted was for the men to, if they are all out of options, to consider physical violence against the black woman to get as a means of making her submit. Turn that down for me, baby. As a means of making her submit or getting control of her. Because when he said that, he absolutely knew that he was advocating for violence. And one thing that made me know that he was advocating for violence is when he was asked point blank, how would he respond to a man who had verbally disrespected him in the same way that a woman had verbally disrespected him? He felt that the woman should be slapped, but the man, he felt like he should sit down and talk to him. He would talk to him and ask him if he knew that what he was saying was disrespectful to him. And I said, wow, that's why we're not making no progress. Because if a woman is speaking to you, it's not to diminish you or make you little or whatever. It's to also contribute her perspective. And if she's here to contribute her perspective and she gets shot down, but you want to sit down and talk to the people who have the same perspective, the same outlook as you, it's no wonder why the community ain't making no progress. And that's one thing that I had told my husband when I first met him. I said, when you look at Africa, the reason why Africa is the way it is and how it is today after all these years is because y'all don't have no respect for women. Y'all don't appreciate women leadership. Y'all don't allow women in a place where her voice can be heard, where what she recommends or suggests can actually be reviewed and or acted upon. That's the reason why that entire continent is struggling because of y'all view of women. And that's the reason why I think the black community is struggling too, because of their view of women. Whereas
Absolutely.
with women, hey, summer baby. Girl, when I don't be in the bed with my babies, they just wake up and find me. If I ain't laying next to them, they need to know where I'm at. Okay. So
Okay.
now I got two of them up here with me. Um
Okay.
and I just lost my train of thought. But yeah.
No. So on that train of thought, did you ever look at it like this? You're an American. So you know that the Spaniards were here in this country before the English. Why isn't this a Spaniard ran country? Why did the Spaniards leave? And how were the English able to flourish? So I'm a US history major. So
Mhm.
what it says is that the Spaniard women didn't want to come over here with the men. They didn't want to come with the so-called conquistadors.
Mm-hmm.
They brought a few came later on, but the English brought their women with them. Their women were willing to come. So when the men went out and was chopping down trees or hunting, the women stayed back at these little cabins, and they were growing food, and then they became apothecaries, so they learned the land and herbs and became midwives, and so they were participating in that, and that supported the man. The white man is fully aware about the value of a woman and what a woman brings to the situation.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you got Roe v. Wade losing its federal protection. They couldn't just make no racist statement in this day and age and say, well, black women, we don't care about you. White women, you're going to stop having these abortions because we need more white children. Our population is dwindling.
Mm-hmm.
Because they know they cannot reproduce themselves. We as women don't understand our value in the world. You don't have a world without women. I don't want to hear about this seed and all this stuff. Yes, the man is the fertilizer. The woman has the egg. The woman has the uterus.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we're talking about submission, submission to who? For what?
Mm-hmm.
You don't understand your power, woman.
Mm-hmm.
Womb, man. You don't understand your power.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not telling women to start abusing men and taking men over. There should be a mutual respect and understanding and cooperation where we work together. But to your point about Kevin Samuels, they can beat up all the black women they want. They can murk all the black women they want. That's not going to change his standing in the world with that white man.
Mm-hmm.
We're not his enemy and we're not his problem.
The black man.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. But why do he see us as the enemy then? Because they didn't consider us the enemy for a long time.
Because we don't want to just let him keep running amok the way he is. We're not doing much about him running amok, but running our mouths. We're fussing. We're at home fussing. And that gets on his nerves because he can't face himself in the mirror. He can't face himself psychologically.
Mm-hmm.
He knows he's not a man in the world. And
So
he knows what it would take for him to become one. Huh?
So it ain't no secret to them then.
It's no secret.
They just full of it and be making excuses all day.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I thought maybe they didn't know or something. And they actually believed this mess.
They know that it might take, it may not, but it might take full-blown war. And he is not prepared. He is so far behind the 8 ball when it comes to technological warfare that all he can imagine is complete annihilation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But it can start slow.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, if I was Africa, there's no way in hell I would allow the Chinese to come in and colonize my lands again. There's no way in hell. I'd rather eat mud. I'd rather eat mud.
Did you say again? This ain't even the first time that it didn't happen over there.
You was already colonized by the Europeans, and you only got a small handful of Europeans that have colonized the whole world. Now you got the Chinese coming in doing it too. And then everybody want to talk about in these pro-black spaces where the whole world, like I said earlier, which is true, but it's the context in which they're putting it in, where the whole world needs Africa. Well, if that's the case, why don't Africa realize how Africa have all the minerals, but it can't develop nothing? It doesn't have the tools to develop shit.
Mm-hmm.
You got places in Africa that don't have roads, water, electricity.
Mm-hmm.
A road in 2023, a road. I watched some white boys on a documentary. They wanted to take some water to some little remote part of some country in Africa, and they couldn't even get the equipment in because they didn't have any roads. They had to go build a road. But your continent got everything. Let you tell it. Your continent got everything that everybody needs. Got all the diamonds, copper, silver, gold, everything, platinum, uranium, everything is there. And it is there. And you don't know how to develop it. Let me tell you what was the sickest thing. They tried to put the white farmers out of South Africa. They put the white farmers out of Zimbabwe. Within 2 years, they had to let the white farmers come back because they don't even know how to grow food in their own land. In their own land. They don't even know how to grow food.
Wow. Wow.
And all we got on our minds all day and all night, all I hear from these conversations is sex, 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 sex. I'm looking at the men in Chad, Muslim men in Chad, Somalia, Sudan, raping little girls 5, 6, 7 years old. For what?
Focus on the wrong thing, girl. Let me go ahead and bring up this
Okay. All right.
This thing. Let's see. So he's talking about Black women in marriage on this first one.
Okay.
So let me find it. Okay. Okay, let me go ahead and get it started.
Mommy.
Treat us doesn't have a history.
It's gonna be his birthday tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it is.
A Black woman can have sex whenever she wants, right? Because she's beautiful. She can
Go
have
back a little bit.
but to have a soulmate she may never get.
Go
I
back
have
a
two
little bit, Goldie. Yeah, about right there.
Vote, brothers in jail. Brothers know the vote ain't going to mean shit until we organize it. So yes, they would rather have a Black female vote than a Black community vote, hands down. Because Black
Go
women
back
vote
a
more than
little
Black
bit
men.
more.
That's a fact. And that's why we need our sisters to come back into the fold and say, you know what? We're not voting as women. We voting as Black. Governor candidate wants to organize Black vote. No Black U.S. Senate candidate. No Black U.S. rep. No state rep, state senator, city council. Nobody, Black or white, in politics wants an organized Black vote. You want to know why? Because you now got the power to hold them accountable. If we was organized, your mayor would have to go to war with the police department on our behalf. He wouldn't have a choice, or he's going to be unseated. Do you understand me? You think he wants y'all to be organized? These handkerchief head-ass Black politicians who don't fight for us and these governmental systems, do you really think they want your vote to be organized? You will make them turn their slave master into an enemy.
Do you think that's why they give women and trans people so much leverage when it comes to like separating them from an actual like Black man or the Black family?
Yes. I do think they want the Black female vote because she's the biggest constituency in our community, right? Brothers don't vote, brothers in jail, brothers know the vote ain't going to mean shit until we organize it. So yes, they would rather have a Black female vote than a Black community vote, hands down. Because Black women vote more than Black men. That's a fact. And that's why we need our sisters to come back into the fold and say, you know what? We're not voting as women. We voting as Black people.
Stop
And we
right there,
voting with our
Goldie.
men. Do you know how powerful that would be? Right. If Black men and Black women stop the dumb shit on social media and say,
See, that's what I was saying to you earlier about the power politically that Black women have. And see, Umar Johnson right here, he's a psychologist. Don't be fooled. He has studied the mind, sociology, and anthropology. And so what he's trying to do right here is he sees the weakness of Black men. And where does the power, where can they gain All of this about garnering power. So they got to ride off our coattails on everything, including the vote, political power. They don't have any without us. So why are we talking about submitting to them?
Yeah, okay, I hear you. I'm gonna keep
You
it.
don't hear me. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I hear you. I hear you. See, when it comes to the politics, though, I feel like we can't do either of the two options that we have available now. We can't do them. If anything, we can do an independent thing, and if we wanted to galvanize as a community, it needs to be independently.
Mhm.
Like an independent candidate or an
Yeah.
independent voting or something. But we can't take either two of those options that's available because those options have been available for decades. But it's like it is it's still them saying, these are your two options. Neither one of them are gonna work for you.
Oh, I
Fully.
see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. They two wings of the same bird, Republicans and Democrats. They shake
Exactly.
hands.
Exactly. And they've been around all this time that we've been trying to figure out who we are and what we're gonna do and how we're gonna do it. They've been
Right.
around all this time, watching and knowing and seeing and tricking and playing in our face the whole time.
Tell
So
it.
talk about something new, like a new black party, a new black focus or direction or something like that. It has to be with a new political party. It
But
can't be
but
with
before
either
you
one.
cue the video back up, let me say this part about politics and us.
Mm-hmm.
Again, black men need to come meet us at the table of negotiation because we hold the power. They don't have any money, we do.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you pay how you gonna run ads about this black party or who we're going to support or who we're not going to support or if we're gonna hold our vote? Black women will be funding all of this. Umar Johnson is well aware of this because most of his donors is black women. Right. That's why he's on this panel caping real hard for black women. Some of it he may believe and
Say it one
feel.
more time for me.
Huh?
I said, say it one more time for me.
I said that's why he's on this panel caping so hard for black women. Because most of his supporters are black, educated, income having black women.
So are you saying that in this clip, Umar is pandering?
I feel that he's pandering. Some of it he may believe, some of it he may see, but at the end of the day, what job does Umar have? He don't work at no school no more.
Mm-hmm. Girl, don't you start, okay? Don't you start. Now, okay.
Everybody got an agenda. And see, you always have to look at the word. You got to listen to the words that's coming out of their mouths, but think about the agenda in their mind in the back room. Everybody has an agenda. And he's going to get to something in this video. And that's what I'm talking about. We move in this world as black people, as children. We're arrested, developed. We're naive. We don't understand how this world that this European created works.
Okay. Now, I think that might have been some of the past criticisms about Umar is that he talk a good game. You know,
Mm-hmm.
he talk a good game because he is intelligent and he is well read and he does know what he's talking about. But when it comes to like real life application and stuff, it's a lot of them that can get up there and are good orators and say what needs to be said. But when we talking about galvanizing their demographic and like kind of shifting um things as they are now, and it's like when and where and who gonna do it and let's get it done. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Now,
Yeah.
my when you talk about black men need to come at the table, I hope you know, come to the table. I hope you know that was like gasoline, okay, in these YouTube streets, okay? That black men need to meet black women at the table. The conversation has always been that black women need to come back to the table. But what you are saying is that black men need to come and converse with black women to come up with a plan.
I got the power.
Huh? Because
I'm
we got the.
eh,
Girl, you don't know how my baby is doing the most. You don't know
okay. It's all right.
how much of a blaze that statement is that you just said that black women got the power.
Why
Okay.
am I coming to the table to negotiate with you? You coming to the table to negotiate with me because the enemy of my enemy is my ally for the moment. Now, if you want to be friends, maybe we'll get to that stage. But right now, we got a common enemy. And I got way more power than him. And I've heard a couple of black men in the YouTube space say it, including Crew Season and Angry Man, that at the rate it's going, this current trajectory, give it 5 more years. I think Crew Season said 10. Angry Man might have said 10 or 15. I'm telling you, it's not going to be that long. Give black women another 5 to 7 years. We're going to be just like the white man to them. We will be so far ahead of them, they will not even be able to fathom catching up with us. When I'm talking about the white man, what the white man got? Atomic bombs, hydrogen bombs, nuclear bombs, armies. He can't even fathom trying to have no physical fight with this man, right? When he's in his lands, behind the 8-ball, behind enemy lines. He can't feed himself. He can't house himself. If you try to have a war with the white man, he'll stop the trucks and the trains from coming in. He'll starve your community out in an hour. He'll turn your water off. Everything is on a computerized grid. Who owns the grid? He does. He'll turn it off. And when your babies start crying because they thirsty and they hungry, you will say, I'm sorry, Daddy, I'm sorry. That's how deep this thing is. And black women is the most educated. We got college degrees, we got bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, PhDs. That means we're earning 50 to 150,000 a year plus. Then we're the fastest growing entrepreneurs. All we need is a little stabilization in our entrepreneurship because our businesses, we start them and they are failing because of a lack of family support and a lack of capital. This is where you get your Goldman Sachs coming in. Who championed for us with Goldman Sachs? A black woman who works as a higher up there. They didn't come up with that on their own. Them white men did not sit there and look at the trajectory and say, because I did the research. There's a black woman that has pushed this forward for us. And there's other black women in these spaces that are saying, look at black women. Let's do a pilot program. Let's give 2,000 black women a loan. And let's see how many default on the loan. No black women defaulted on the loan. So that was their test run to say, okay, this could work. And you got about 4 or 5 of these programs. They just keep talking about the Goldman Sachs, though. You give black women 7 years, this thing gonna bust wide open. Where you're gonna have a big black female upper middle, and upper class income of people. We're the fastest growing new homeowners, single black women. These men are reading on a 3rd and 4th grade level. Give it 7 years.
Now, whose fault is it? Can we talk about fault right here real quick? About
But why are you saying the word fault? Is that a bad thing?
Yeah. What fault?
Yeah, because you're saying whose fault is it? So go ahead.
Because I'm just using the language that they be using.
Okay.
So when we say whose fault it is about black boys not being able to read beyond third grade? Where does the responsibility lie, in your opinion?
It lies with the mother and the father to me.
And the father. So
And the
what if
father.
the father isn't living at the home and the mother won't allow him to see the boy and he just sitting there growing older and
Mhm.
not knowing how to read?
One thing, so I agree with Umar when he says that black women are the leaders of the community. However, imperfectly she has led. We have led imperfectly because we have not had vision and we have not been clear about our history in this country and where we were going moving forward. We've still been trying to reach back for him. We've had one foot in, one foot out. We've like, okay, I got to get education, right? Because everything's a domino effect. One thing affects the other. So because we did not have men to protect us, we looked at the institutions in this country, myself included, and said, where can I go? Well, I can either go to college or I can go to the penitentiary. As a black woman, I said, I can either go to college or I can go to penitentiary. I said, I'm going to go to the penitentiary. That institution saved my life. Saved my life on these streets, South Side streets of Chicago. So, but we were pressed to do it because we did not have a male group to fall back on to help us with the bills or this or that. But in doing that, we left our children to raise themselves. We talk at our children, we don't talk to our children. And we bought into this system of this idea of free time, right? And so it's been all about us. Well, I went to school and I got my bachelor's, my master's, my job, my whatever, and then I sent my child to public school or I sent my child to private school. So we're throwing money at our children sometimes, but we're not feeding into our children's souls. This is my house. You don't pay no bills here. You can't tell me what we need to change some of them old antiquated plantation ideas that we have as black women too. Why don't the children have a voice in the household? Why isn't it their home too? What else are we living for if not our children? Why are
You
we
know,
putting them out at 18? That's craziness. Go ahead.
I know, right? But you know, I think that things are changing for mothers of our generation. I've never seen so many black women. See, one thing they always say that we don't do this, but one thing black women do is we hold ourselves accountable. Now that doesn't
Mhm.
mean that all black women are gonna make um the decisions that we know would be the best decision, but a lot of us may make a decision that might not be the best, but we know that we're going to stick with the consequences until we get to the other side of it.
Right.
We don't necessarily blame anybody for it either. We just go through the
Right.
fire, we get
Yeah.
through it, and when it's done, and our performance is what it was, but we stuck in the fight. When I think about who's at fault, if we want to use a remedial word like fault, when it
Mhm.
comes to a child not learning a life skill like reading, I'm blaming not only the person that the child lives with, if this child is a product of a single parent home, but I'm also blaming the one that's not there. And I don't see how a lot of men have absolved themselves of the responsibility of caring for their own children, even educationally. Maybe you don't have the money, maybe you don't have the resources or the opportunities to get that gainful employment, but you have time to sit down with your baby and make sure that they can read those first and second and third grade words that you can also read yourself. You
Right.
know, so a lot of times we have these conversations that are like circular in our community, and they always say, well, they raising these kids and they can't read. But we also got to think about the people who is not there raising them at all. That's a
Absolutely.
really like that's a huge gaping hole. It is an absence there.
That's
And
right.
never thought that black men were as what's the word? They were as
Mr. Beast.
irresponsible as they
Mhm.
are until
Mhm.
I came to this YouTube space and heard black men blame the mothers that are also working, taking care of other kids, and caring for a household for their son that they haven't seen in
You're
years.
blaming the person who
Yeah,
submitted to you. This is what black some woman, female to male submission looks like.
that's what she got out of her submission.
That's what she got. I mean, that's what she got out of her submission, and she submitted to him. Look, one thing I agree with that I've heard said: most of us want a mate. I don't know about no husband. I don't want that title. I don't want to be married.
Girl,
However,
they used to that husband carried over our head, didn't they? Until
yes,
we found out, okay? Until we found out that they can keep it, okay?
they can keep it, but I know that we still want a soulmate. We want that person to share our life with. We want that person to love. We want to be loved by somebody. We want that commitment. And so that is the thing of it. You're talking about being present. Even when our men are in the home, they're not emotionally available. They're not present. Do you watch that series BMF? So that's based on a real life story of the Black Mafia family that was two young brothers in Detroit started this drug ring, right? Their father was in the home.
Not while a strong man was in the home.
Yeah, strong black man.
What? Girl, I mean, are you serious about that? Because, it's been a lot of fathers in the homes.
Yeah, while strong black man was in the home. You say it's been a lot of fathers in the home. Yes, what was daddy doing?
What was daddy doing? What was he doing? And cause see, that's another thing that they don't talk about. A lot of these guys who are obviously unemployed on these YouTube streets be sitting here talking about a positive father figure in the house.
Well, look at Austin Hollerman, the little dude that went to Brazil.
Yep, I know who he is.
Okay, so he went to Brazil. YouTube ruined his life, honey. This social media stuff is going around the world in 4 seconds. So they ran him out of Brazil. I think he went to Thailand after that. They ran him out of Thailand. Now he is taking his dusty passport and his degeneracy to Uganda.
Girl, that ain't nothing but O'Shea. That ain't nothing but O'Shea.
Yeah, he was on his show. That's why I saw him at. And he was nagging. When he got on the show, he was nagging. Now he didn't have the same nagging for them white adjacent women in Brazil. But on O'Shea show, Kenganda, whatever, he
Mhm.
said that he go Austin. He said, well, some men said to me, now you gonna holler about this. Some men said to me, why would you want to go to Uganda to find a woman? Those women look like they can't even afford makeup. Girl, I fell out. The same thing that you've been complaining about, those women wear too much makeup, lashes, hair, nails, weave. But
Girl, they are going to be, I don't know. You said 7 years, I want to see it. In 7 years, I want to see the looks on their faces when they realize that until they do right by women, they
girl,
just
come on.
treading water. Until they do right by women, they just gonna be treading water.
Black women is like the fastest growing population in a lot of different areas. Fastest growing homeowners, fastest growing gun owners, fastest growing people going to the range. We don't have records. So again, if we go back to my earlier statement about how was Africa lost? technology. We talking about protection, provide and protect. Protect what? I got a Tech 9 in here. Protect what? I got an AK-47. Protect what? I got a couple of Glocks. Protect what?
Girl, you know.
Love me. Love me. That's what I need a man for.
Yeah.
Love me. Be my friend. Be
Yeah.
my companion.
Mm-hmm.
Cause
Support me.
cause the gun is the great equalizer, baby.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody coming our door at 3 o'clock in the morning, I don't want my man to get up with a baseball bat or a tire iron.
Uh-huh. You gonna be back there, ain't you?
Who, me?
Yeah, with your gun.
You know it.
But you know what? Like you said, that gun is the great equalizer. That degree is too.
Mm-hmm.
And it has thrown off like the dynamic over the past couple years. You know, in not just in our community, but it has almost eviscerated our community. Um,
Mm-hmm.
a simple piece of paper. You know
But
what I'm
what the
saying?
white boy say? What the white boy say? He said the pen is mightier than the sword.
Mm. Girl, it's time for them to wake up. They running out of time, okay?
They running out of time. The thing
They
gonna get so far gone.
But and that's what I was saying about this manosphere stuff. They don't understand the manosphere thing and their quest to go mainstream sped up their time like
Mm.
what, 10, 15 years? They
Mm-hmm.
had 10 to 15 more years to be crying about the white man and being a victim and not being able to work and nobody caring about them and they had 10 to 15 more years of that until they got on this man's internet, okay?
Right.
And sit here and said that a woman won't let them lead, okay? And a
Mm-hmm.
woman is the reason why their communities look like this. And a woman is why their sons can't read. Okay. They had 10 to 15 more years before they went up there and let the world see them as the victims and excuse makers, blame shifters that they are. And that's just the reality of it. Until black men stand up for themselves by saying, hey, I know I can do better, I can be a better man, and actually do better and actually be a better man, they're gonna be going round and round in circles. And when we talk about the interracial dating thing, I'm not against it. Girl, don't waste your time because I talked to you about it earlier. I actually wanted to have children. And I know a lot of people don't, but I actually did. And I didn't have a whole lot of time to be sitting here playing with somebody who feels like a victim or feels like the world is against them or feels like they don't have no options to get his confidence and esteem up so that he could give me a child. I just didn't have the time for that, you know? And so many of us don't have that time to sit there and keep listening to the victim messages. We just don't have it. But let me
Well,
go. Mhm.
okay. But I
No, what you
wanted to say
saying?
this. I did see something hopeful
Mhm.
come out of Africa.
Okay.
Because see, what we got to realize, we're a small population in America. And
Mhm.
so goes the continent, so is going to go the rest of the black world. And I
Mhm.
did see something hopeful come out of the continent this last 2 weeks was, I think it was seven or more uh, presidents from African nations went to
Mhm.
Ukraine and they went to Russia to go talk to Putin. And Umar is going to talk about this in this video too, because you have what's called the BATS nations, and then you have what's BRICS, and you have NATO, which the U.S. is behind NATO. So the
Mhm.
BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. They have come together and they're going to pool their money together and they're going to build a currency off their resources. And this is the first time in a long time that Africa has come to the table with representatives, because when we had a G7 and the G8 summits and the G20, you never see any African nations there. Those are the greatest, the countries with the highest GDPs, the G7, G8, G20. And so now African men are starting to kind of get it and understand. Well, France can't make it without Africa. Well, the UK can't make it without Africa. But Africa belongs to me. They can't make it without me. And I need to get some of this money, some of this resources. What I mean, resources, I got the resources that they need. They need to pay me a fair market rate for my resources. I need to have power. Because when you look at these nations, you have to understand the United States, the dollar is a fiat currency. It's not what's called a specific or currency. Speci meaning that it's your dollar is backed by resources, gold, silver, something like that. The US dollar is mainly backed by its military might and then oil. You can only buy oil in the US dollar. So see, the European is hitting, he hits you from every angle: healthcare, economics, education, leadership. Every aspect of your life he is involved in, whether you see him standing up in your living room or not. So now African men are starting to get it. Like, we need to be here. They're getting our uranium out the ground. They're getting our gold, our silver, all of our minerals. And we're still, half of our continent is undeveloped for 2023 standards. We still got people dying from malaria and yellow fever in Ghana, in Nigeria. You don't even get below the line of yellow fever until you hit Namibia. And so what are ADOS men going to do to begin to have a seat at the table? And so, yes, the U.S. owes us reparations, but we should be good with or without them if we change our mindset and get us some vision.
So do you think we already have a substantial black male leadership politically, economically?
No.
You don't think so? With the, like, for example, Dr. Umar, I'm just looking at him on our screen. You don't think that he would be considered as like a viable black leader?
No. Because to me, a lot of his thoughts are still antiquated and in the Stone Age. First of all, he could have been had a school with the amount of money that he has. He's egotistical, narcissistic, megalomaniac, the prince of Pan-Africanism, self-proclaimed. He could have had an online school years ago. Why Umar not even teaching classes on YouTube? Khan Academy is on YouTube. He could have been doing that and then still pulling his money from his online school if he still wanted a brick and mortar school too. But because he's got to be the chief and the Indians, he's like a hamster on a wheel chasing his own tail. And then now you got people that would have supported him, don't believe in him, and think he's a scam artist.
Okay. So we need new black leadership.
We need new black leadership. We need some new thoughts. And we need to have a black town hall meeting without cameras. We need to have a black town hall meeting and keep coming together and hashing stuff out. And then we got to give ourselves a deadline. We're going to come and talk for a year. And after this year, we should have a plan in place and start to move forward. We think everything's supposed to be perfect. Nothing's going to be perfect when you're starting off. A lot of this shit will be trial and error, and it is okay to fail. You will learn from your failures. Harvard started in a motherfucking barn. And they made it grow. We got to have vision. So who am I supposed to be mad at? The European, because the European had vision for his people? Or should I be mad at the Africans that I come from because they didn't have no motherfucking vision for me?
Girl, okay, I hear you. I'm hearing it.
No,
I just
Blah.
The baby said what?
That's enough. They hear you, doctor. Okay.
I'm sorry, y'all. I know I'm doing a lot of cussing. Okay.
Girl.
Yeah, boy.
I'm gonna keep going, okay?
Okay, go ahead. Cue it back up.
We're going to fight because we got a common enemy, white supremacy. And we're going to put our votes behind a candidate who offers to do the most for us. That would be revolutionary.
Definitely.
So speaking of that, I've seen a video of yours where you said that feminism has conditioned Black women to view Black men as the enemy.
It has. Feminism was financed by the CIA. Gloria, what was her name? Gloria Steinem, I think she was.
Right, yeah.
Mother of modern feminism, because traditional feminism goes back to the 1800s, right? With Susan B. Anthony and those white supremacists. But Gloria Steinem was a CIA agent. They financed her. Her first feminist magazine they paid for. The CIA brought feminism into the white household to get the woman out the house, and into the Black household to turn the Black woman against the Black man. To scapegoat us for problems caused for her by white supremacy.
So, obviously, a big thing, obviously,
Go ahead.
What's your thoughts on that?
The way he couched it is not completely accurate.
Because it cannot be accurate if they want to emerge as a victim of the story, correct?
Right.
Okay. I was just trying to make sure.
Well, my point, right, because feminism can't do anything to break up your union if you wasn't already just having behaviors that made this woman not like you.
Ready to go.
Ready to go. We was dealing with a level of women's oppression. So feminism sound good. I'm a feminist. It sound good. I'm a Black feminist. And see, Black feminism, if you understand and know the history of it, Black feminism is a little bit different from white female feminism. Black feminists were on fighting white supremacy with the man. That's your Sojourner Truth, your Ida B. Wells. Ida B. Wells was married to a Black male lawyer. So let me say this real quick. And see, we sit here and we listen to somebody like Umar Johnson. This man got 6 college degrees. See how the wool people try to pull the wool over your eyes. They want to tell you not to go get something that they got that's benefiting their life. Why is anybody even listening to him? Because he got white man's credentials. He got some white man's paperwork. Because what would make him qualified to talk all this slick stuff if he didn't have any education or knowledge in the field?
Girl, that's right. That is right. But I don't know, because
Can I say something?
I don't know. For me, for the feminism thing, I don't think that it made Black women hate Black men. I think that they really put too much weight on how feminism impacted Black women. I think that we benefited from, being able to get a bank account and all of that stuff that they was talking about. But in reality, if Black women still love Black men as much as they do today, Ain't no way we was hating black men just over feminism in the 60s.
Would you speak on it? Thank you. That's an excellent point that you just made.
Ain't no
It
way.
didn't. It didn't, because feminism was about, I want to be treated equal as an equal human being as you are. I want equal rights as a human being. I don't think any woman ever said that she was equal to a man. That's the wrong word. It's not equal. Men aren't equal to women. Women aren't equal to men. He has his strengths and weaknesses, and I have my strengths and weaknesses. We wanted a equitable situation. If I do the same job, I want the same amount of pay. I want to be able to go to school. I want to be able to own property. I want to be able to have a bank account in my name, not my husband's name. What if I don't want to get married? What if I do want to get married? Like I said, Ida B. Wells was fighting for women. This started over women getting the right to vote in the early 1900s. She was married to a black man who was a lawyer, Ferdinand Barnett. She said that, in her opinion, every woman should want to be a mother. She didn't understand women that didn't want to be a mother and have a family. But she also said this, that she taught her children how to cook and clean, including the boys, because mama had to go out and tend to changing the world. See, you get in where you fit in. We have lost that sense of you get in where you fit in. What is all this stuff about women cooking clean? Men cooking clean too. You better know how to cook for yourself.
I think in today's time, men are using that cooking and cleaning thing as it's a derogatory statement. Whenever they bring up cooking and cleaning, it's in such a dismissive and derogatory way. You know, I really think that they use that as a jab against the women. Because like you said, that is a human skill. You should know how to
Yes.
cook, how to clean. Ain't no reason why a woman should be in charge of that. But the first
Right.
thing a man wants to say that when he wants to discredit a woman is that she don't cook or she don't clean. I mean, look. Mm-hmm.
But you got me going 50-50, and I'm out here working. I'm tired when I get home, just like you. Why should she have to cook 3 times a day, 7 days a week? Like, aren't you out your rabbit ass mind?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I heard what's his name? I call him Thong Alexis. What's his name? Thong Alexis or whatever. Thong Lexi, whatever, girl. It remind me of a stripper name, because what straight man would call himself Thong Alexia? Whatever. What's his name, Goldie?
I think it's Thon Lexi.
Thon Lexi. Girl, that's a stripper name. Boy, stop. I'm from Chicago. Don't play these games with me. That is a stripper's name.
If you drink milk, you will become strong.
Okay.
Yes, baby. Thong Alexis. Thong. You might have a thong. But anyway, he said that when he gets married or whatever, his wife can work. He said, you women got the manosphere messed up. We're not saying we don't want our women to have a job. You can have a job, but when you get home, you still have to do all of your wifely duties, which is cooking, cleaning, and taking care of the children. I will not be pampering any booties. That's your baby. You are such a fool. Do you realize that that baby was in that woman's body for 40 weeks and her heartbeat and listened to her speak? When that baby's born, the first thing it wants to do is lay on its mother's chest, listen to its mother's heartbeat, to feel comforted in its new environment. How do you bond with your child as a father? Changing its pamper, giving it a bath, rocking it to sleep. You fool.
See, so you can tell the men who were raised without a man. I ain't even talking about in the home. I'm just saying a relationship with a man, period. I'm just saying a relationship with a man, period.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna be pampering her, but what is you talking about? What you talking about? Girl, some of this stuff I be having to take a break because it be really annoying me. It's like, are y'all just online saying stupid stuff just because that's what y'all want to do? Or do y'all really believe this? You know what I'm saying? Because if y'all really believe this, we got a bigger issue than what we thought.
Man, would you tell it?
We got a huge issue. If you feel like putting a diaper on your own baby is something that's not masculine. You know what I'm saying? Girl.
Right.
But anyway, I don't know why
Mhm.
you didn't got me thinking, because I'm visualizing that man. And I don't know why you did that to me. You should have brought him up while we was on the phone, okay? Okay. Let me get him going. Okay, hold on. Oh, here we go. Okay.
We spoke about the gender wars, earlier. Obviously, there's a lot of conversation nowadays about, the value of what a woman brings and the value of what a man brings in a relationship. And now there's a lot more rhetoric from our women that we hear is, I'm strong, independent, I don't need no man, right?
That's
So,
just that's pain speaking, though.
right.
Because
Now, let me pause and then I'm gonna get back going. But do we really be out here saying we don't need no man? I think
Yeah. You don't hear it?
Huh?
You don't hear us saying that?
You be here. We be saying that?
Yes.
We be saying that.
I know that the boomers said it. I know the boomers said it, and them older Gen Xers said it. I
No, I'm
don't need
talking
no
about
man.
us, girl. I'm talking about us.
I don't hear us in the space saying I don't need a man.
Yeah, because so if you don't hear it, let's just say it's not being said today, then this
Yeah.
is something else that was said 20 years ago.
Some antiquated stuff.
Okay.
But I think what that but the points that they're missing is that men are masculine and feminine. Everybody on this planet has a masculine and a feminine side to them. And one is just a little bit more dominant than the other. But you have to, a father should be, what is a father? What is a husband? A husband should be nurturing. A husband should be kind. A father should be kind, loving, caring, attentive, emotionally attentive. Not just money. Your children want your time. Your wife or your woman, she wants your time. She wants to be able to lay her head on your shoulder. She wants to be able to come sit on your lap. She wants you to hold her all night. That takes nurture. That takes care. So are you less of a man because you held your woman all night? Because you listened to her cry about what's going on at work? Did I ever tell you, Goldie, that I got called a nigger at work? And the things that we go through on these jobs that they seem to think that the white man just gave to us. Ain't nobody gave me nothing but my grandparents, and they've been dead since I was 16. They gave me some boots and some straps, but I damn sure had to pull myself up. And the things that I had to go through on these jobs to keep a roof over my children's heads, food in their mouth, clothes on their back, and some type of peace and happiness in the home. And I couldn't quit that job just because I got called a nigger by a cracker truck driver when I used to do security. I couldn't quit. And when I tell black men my story, they say, well, wouldn't no black men put up with that? We ain't going to these jobs and put up with that. And I said, why not? Because we ain't gonna let nobody talk crazy to us. I said, I had people at home that was bigger than me to worry about. It was handled, but it was handled in a certain manner, and nothing got physical. I couldn't quit.
But you know what? They had people at home that was bigger than them to worry about too.
Girl, stop.
Because now you finna take me there. What you mean when you finna put up with that? Okay, so what you saying? Is that the reason why the reality is what it is today in 2023 when we look outside? Because
Yes.
you're gonna be tolerating that. What?
Yes.
What? Girl, let me keep going over
Okay.
here.
Okay.
Let me keep going. We ain't gonna tolerate that. The most unemployed demographic, girl. Okay, let me stop.
Most black women know they will never get a man. A black woman can have sex whenever she wants,
Right.
because she's beautiful. She can have a bed mate, but to have a soul mate, she may never get. I have 2 daughters, 11 and 20, right? My oldest will be 21 this week. Statistically, right? There's a strong chance my daughter could be one of those. I hope she's not. She could be one of those who never get a husband, because only 1 out of 4 gets a husband. You see that? So when a black woman says, I don't need a man, that is a reaction to the reality that I may not get a man.
So why not preach? Because I understood, you're obviously against interracial relations when it comes to black men
Absolutely.
with black women. With white women.
With all women. You should only be with the black woman.
And you will say, well, if you can't find a good woman in America, there's
somewhere
plenty
else.
in Africa.
Absolutely.
So why not teach that same rhetoric to our women? Like,
I do.
If you feel
I
like
tell sisters all the time, go to Africa.
So
I know
then-
sisters who marry. I just spoke with a sister. She invited me to the wedding. She just married a brother from the continent.
So, but instead of saying they will never
I'll
get
take
married,
the sisters to Africa who married brothers they met in Africa.
Right.
So yeah,
I think
teach that.
there's plenty. I think there's obviously plenty of black men
Yes,
for
it
black
is.
women. So
And what I
instead of
also
saying that
tell
they'll
black
never
women,
get
if you're going to
married,
go get you an African man from the continent,
right,
you're going to have to understand that the way in which you talk to black men in America will not be tolerated over there.
Why the fuck is
But
it tolerated? It's not tolerated here. That's what we're trying to tell them.
Well, over here, I want to say this to us though, because we try to act like the way sisters treat us doesn't have a history that we are not at least partly responsible for. Let's be honest. The black woman has had to hold down the black house by herself, although imperfectly. She's had to do it by herself since the mass incarceration of black males began in the 1970s. You understand me? Most of our children are raised by a single mother right now. And it has been that way for about 50 years. So when a sister says, I don't need a man, because she couldn't find one strong enough to hold her down. Or when you meet a woman and you say, sister, I'm strong enough to be your man. You ain't got to work, or you ain't got to pay the bills or whatever. Pull back, I got you. And she can't do it because all the other men before you who disappointed her. So what I'm saying is, black men, we got to be patient with our women because we created that personality. We created that, and then we want to act like we didn't play a role.
We have to be held accountable for their poor selection.
No, you have to be held accountable.
So I want to say this. First of all, it didn't start in the 1960s or 70s. It started in the 1920s. It grew even more in the 1930s. When you read the book Black Boy by Richard Wright, he talks about how his mother and father were married and how his father just decided to up and leave. And the saddest part of the book, and this is his autobiography, is how hungry he and his brother are all the time. All he's talking about in his book is about food. This is in the 1930s. It got so bad that his mother put them in an orphanage. See, we don't have orphanages in this day like we used to. And this wasn't just even a black woman thing. Some white women put their children in orphanages, like Cher, the singer Cher. Her mother put her in an orphanage for a minute because she couldn't take care of her. And in the book, Black Boy, Richard Wright talks about how his mother gathered him up one night and asked him to go with her to his father's house with his new girlfriend. So they get over there to the house because they're hungry. They're like literally starving to death. So they get over there to the house. And he's just trying to get 5 cents from his father because the mother took him to child support. And he told the judge he didn't have it. So the judge said, okay. And that was that. Because we live in a patriarchy. And at the end of the day, there's still men, and white men still have given them some things that he didn't even give his own white woman. And they negate that fact, and then they want to talk about feminism. The reason why they hate feminism is because feminism further pushed us out the home to get our own income and power because we couldn't divorce these jokers in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. Yes, there was more black married couples when Dr. King passed away, but were those women happy? No, they were not. Were all of those men there still in the home? No, they were not. They had a piece of paper, but they didn't have no marriage.
Yeah, that's something that they seem to really not think about a lot is the quality of that marriage. Is the quality. And another thing that a lot of people still don't think about today or even really consider for women is that when we enter into these marriages on good faith and submit to this man and bring forth his legacy and all of that stuff, we do this with the full knowledge of knowing that if he wants to leave, like the guy you just mentioned, what's his name, the author?
Richard Wright.
Like Richard Wright, if the guy wants to leave, then we are left with the children. And that's just it.
Hey, yo.
And no matter, it seems that nobody understands that somebody got to take care of the children when the man walk away.
That's right.
Somebody got to do it. And if the mother decides to do it for the next 10 to 15 years or whatever, the last person that people should be talking about should be her.
That's right.
You know, and I'm saying that for a single father. If it's a single father, he didn't abandon his kids.
Right.
One there. The last person people should be talking about is the one who stuck it out and actually stayed with the child. You know, a lot of women are mentally in the place where we are today. Some women don't want kids. Some women don't even want a man because it's a huge gamble. And it's not because these women don't want the love that you mentioned, the intimacy, the relationship building, the pair bonding, and all of that stuff. It's not because she doesn't want it, but the reality of it working out in her favor in the long run. I ain't talking about 5 years from now. I ain't talking about 10 years from now. I'm talking about 20 years from now. You know, the reality of that working out in the long run is slim to none. Men have so many opportunities to abandon their responsibilities and commitments and drop it and walk away. And the community, not the Black community, but the community as a whole, just accepts them in and says, "Oh, well, you tried." Now I'm thinking about Derek Jackson, and it's another one that just happened recently. Derek Jackson and DC Young Fly.
Ooh.
I have my ideas that I want to do all these videos and I never do them. Stop. And I never do these videos. But Derek Jackson and DC Young Fly, any healthy, healed, whole woman can look at those two men, two very different situations, but can look at those men and say these men failed the women that they were with. But if you pay attention to what was said all on the internet during those times, during when when they did the divorce and all of that, and Jackie O had just passed, everybody was like, "Oh, look at those guys, such good guys. Oh, you know, they still had options for dating." Stop. They still had options for dating, and women were interested in dating them, seeing exactly what they had done to another woman right in front of their face. Men are able to dog women out.
Right, because I don't look. I'm about to say something real controversial. I don't think Black women are strong. Where did we even get this trope from about the strong Black woman? I don't see too many strong Black women. I see Black women that's surviving but not thriving. You're not strong anytime you keep allowing somebody to use you, misuse you, and abuse you. And the problem is women are too thirsty for a man across the board because we emotionally weak in a way. Because we think a man makes us whole. But if we get some get down in our soul and put some steel in our backbone and our spine, we'll say, look, if I get a man and I get a husband, I get a mate, great. And if I don't, that's great too.
Yeah.
Until we can stand on that principle as Black women and women in general, we're going to keep ending up in this situation. Because if you just saw him dog Jackie O out and you saw him dog Danae Jackson out, and we always think we the next hot young thing too. I don't care how old you are. We always think our hot box is the best. Well, he ain't gonna treat me like that. What make you think that? He got a track record of doing this. This is resume.
Yep. Yep. But you know, their own counterparts, men, other men, and those male identified women will let these men get away scotch free with really being the ones that break homes, that break families up, that leave women single mothers, that leave children fatherless, and he get 9 lives like a cat to go through it time and time and time again. And it's not just the Black men that be doing this.
That's right.
These men be doing this. A lot of us be fantasizing about talking to these guys from these patriarchal societies. I'm talking about these Arab men, these Indian men, these African men from these patriarchal societies, and don't really think about what that means.
Right.
They don't really think about the other women and how those women have suffered just to have them in the house with them. You understand? And we exalting these men like, oh, these Arab men. Ain't no way, girl, I would ever. I don't know how Janet did it. Ain't no way I would ever.
You know, I was just about to bring her up, right? And you see, she had to get up out of that situation.
You said she what?
She had to get up out of that situation too.
And you see, it didn't take her a long time either. So you're not finna sit here and have me feel like a husband is the end all be all, or you know what I'm saying? I mean, I want a husband, don't get me wrong, but I'm not finna let it define my entire life. And I don't like the way women do that. And like I was talking to you earlier about making motherhood synonymous with being a wife. Of course, don't have children out of wedlock if you can help it. But when them children 20 years old and the husband that you had long gone anyway, does it even matter?
No, that's why I'm saying, like,
does it even matter?
I don't want the paperwork no more. I had the paperwork before. I don't care nothing about the paperwork. Because then when you understand what the paperwork means, what it entails. So marriage is about inheritance. And if the basis and the beginning, the origin or the genesis of this particular part of this institution was women couldn't own property, right? So why do you take your husband's last name? Because you're his property. And see, that's why they don't want you to have education. See, I'm on my way to law school, so I've been studying, girl, for that nasty LSAT. So they don't want you to, huh? What you say, Goldie?
I said, congratulations. You know, I gave up on my law school dreams a long time ago.
Yeah, thank you. I know. I remember you told me, you said them logic games was ridiculous. So when you understand the law and you understand the genesis of this thing, that marriage is a tool, it is an instrument that holds up a patriarchal system. It is about women's oppression. Marriage is not about what we thought it was about. When I got married, I thought marriage was the pinnacle of a relationship. This is this man saying he is committed to me. It never crossed my mind that I could have a commitment without that paperwork. It never crossed my mind that I could have a commitment without taking his last name. I never really understood that taking on his last name meant I belonged to him, and that all my children belonged to him in a legal way. No. So when we look at anthropologically and on a sociological level, when we look at matriarchal societies and then we look at patriarchal societies, and matriarchal societies, do you know they do not have marriage? They do not have marriage, and there's no such thing as a bastard. But in a patriarchal society, it is. So a man, we always know that the baby is the woman's. What proof did they have before DNA to say that this child belongs to the man? So the only safeguard that he felt he had, a component of it, was marriage. Wedlock. Who got locked in, him or her? We had chastity belts where women had iron shit around their waist with an actual key so that she couldn't have sex with nobody else. What else did we also have? Well, in Africa, we got genital mutilation where they're chopping up little girls' clitorises so that they won't have. So in these men's minds, sexual desires for a man or somebody or blah, blah, blah. And they are actually ruining these little girls' lives. This is about your sexual repression while he go out and have sex with everybody in the town, everybody in the village, everybody in the city.
Yeah, it's their world, definitely. Right? Definitely. So when somebody come to me with some excuse making, some blame shifting, some victimizing, no, you not. No, you not. When I can't even look twice at a man without being called a HOE for the rest of my entire life, no, you ain't. Okay. And you didn't even got other male identified women to keep me in my place. Okay.
Tell it.
Or to keep me out of certain areas because I didn't behave in a way that they found acceptable. No, you won't. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And make yourself a victim of anything. Okay. Because we all are living under the rules and regulations that y'all set. But one thing, give it back. But one thing I agree with you on is that as Black women collectively,
I can't hear you. You must have muted yourself.
I'm
Though.
sorry. Someone want me to do something? Okay, want me to do it. Our standards are relatively low.
Very low.
Yep. Our
Deep
standards
in hell.
and it's evidenced by how many chances. It's evidenced by how many chances we have.
I got it.
Hold on, y'all. We have given these men and allowed them to get do-overs from.
Do you realize that our standards are so low that if a Black man has any type of job, we praise him for it? If he keeps his shoe, if he had, can you hear me? Or am I boring out again?
No, it's these kids, girl.
Okay. If a Black man is working at Amazon, we act like he is the president of the United States. If a Black man got a job at the grocery store, we act like we ought to kiss his feet. If he has any type of job, if he work at McDonald's, we act like we ought to bow down, honey, and kiss him like he is the king of Zamunda. It's ridiculous. How do you babysit your own children? I know you have heard that before. Oh, he at home, baby. Oh, I'm at home babysitting my children. These your children. You're not babysitting. You made them. They belong to you. So it's just ridiculous, but again, we as Black women, we have to continue to check ourselves. We have to continue to hold ourselves accountable. We have to continue to be able to look at ourselves in the mirror and see our accomplishments and our failures, and then fix the failures. Continue to work on our souls to be better human beings. Because we don't hear a lot of soul growth from the male side. We don't hear a lot of soul growth from the manosphere. Goldie, you're muted.
You said am I muted? No, I'm listening.
Okay.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. Let's keep going. You ready?
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm finna have to go, girl, because these kids, you see, they away hyped up.
Yeah.
And now, if I was laying in the bed with them, they'd still be asleep. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me get it going.
Okay.
No, you have to be held accountable because they have a poor selection. See, what you're saying, you're selecting a poor mate. And what I'm saying is they don't have much to select one, so of course you're going to end up with a poor mate. And why is she going to end up with a poor mate? Because we as black men are not raising black boys to be the men that our women need. We are not. They out there killing themselves right now. What we doing about it? Unemployed black males, what we doing about it? Pants sagging, weed smoking, what we doing about it? Black men are not raising black boys to be the men our community needs. That is 100% our fault. What I'm saying is she got a right
Go ahead, Goldie.
to be angry with us. She got a right to be angry with us. We have not been on our job as black men. If the men are
Go ahead, Goldie. You stop
the providers, what have we been providing for our community? I'm not speaking you individually.
Yes.
Because you may be a damn good father. You may be a damn good father. You may be a damn good father, but guess what? What are we doing for the community? What are we doing for the children who don't have a father? You don't think the black woman got a right to be angry when she's been raising 2/3 of the kids by herself for 50 years? And the minute she raised her voice, we say she's not humble enough. She had to become masculine to survive the rape, the molestation, the domestic abuse. Are you women and taking care of our women? Do you think she would be like that? That personality has a history.
If she's picking Pookie and Ray Ray instead of
You're making her a scapegoat.
No, she's picking a scapegoat.
No.
There's good
Can I ask you a
quality men
question?
that they ignore.
Why she even got it? Why is there even a Pookie in the selection?
You gotta ask her.
No. I'm gonna tell you why there's a Pookie in the selection.
What?
Because black men have abandoned black boys and have allowed social media, white media, athletes, and rappers to raise them. That's why she with Pookie. If we never allowed Pookie to develop, she would not have a Pookie. If we're going to be men, the first thing we got to do is take responsibility for why our women feel the way they feel.
I can hear that.
What you think?
He's absolutely correct. Can you hear me? Have I been borging out lately?
No, you've been good.
Okay. He is absolutely correct. And this whole thing about where you can't go to a brother from the continent and talk to him the way you talk to us over here. First of all, I feel that women shouldn't talk to men in a disrespectful way because you just don't disrespect another human. You treat people how you want to be treated. And but what we have to understand that healing needs to go on. Black women have PTSD, we have anxiety, we have depression, and we do a lot of yelling and screaming because we don't get downtime. We don't get to relax. It's like we're constantly in a state of fight or flight. Constantly. We're born in this condition. We're raised in this condition. We get a relationship or a marriage in this condition. And so it's not about, and then black women have to understand too. Yes, the gun is the great equalizer, but I don't know what state you in, if you got it on you all the time. That man has the ability to break your jaw and end your life on sight. So why are you approaching him that way? And it's not that deep. It's not that serious. Like, we don't have to get our point across all the time at all times. There's times that we can fall back. See, I'm here to look at it from both sides. But they want this false sense of respect. So if she's quiet, she respects me. If she cooked 3 times a day, she respects me. She can cook 3 times a day. House could be so clean, was they used to say you could eat off the floor. children bathed up, greased up, honey, all that, everything, toys put away. She could be quiet, honey, as a mouse, and fucking everybody on the block. Men are crazy to me that way. I want some stuff of substance. Substance. I don't need performative love. See, they talking about performative, superficial shit.
But see, this is an example. These guys sitting right here, these guys are an example of what the men who left the homes produced.
Tell it.
These men are an example of that. Look at them. Look at them. Do these
I wouldn't date them. They look like Pookie and Ray Ray to me.
Huh?
They look like Pookie and Ray Ray to me. I wouldn't date them.
See, they made us think, or the manosphere led out with this Pookie Ray Ray narrative and made it like it's the thug, like the pants sagging thug. But they would be surprised to know how many of them actually fit in the Pookie and Ray Ray category. I couldn't take neither one of these guys to my daddy and say, this the man I'm interested in, and he feel like I made a wise decision. Look at these guys. Look at them. And not only just look at them, look at what they talking about. They talking about women getting with the lesser men of society.
Yeah.
They're not talking about elevating, or even if they see themselves with the higher level men of society. They talking about women who are dealing with the lower, the bottom of the barrel men. That's the example that they use. Women who are dealing with the bottom of the barrel men. They ain't even think to go to the mid-tier men. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They go straight to the bottom. Like,
because most of them are the bottom. And that's just the reality. Because if they weren't Goldie, Chicago wouldn't be toe up. Milwaukee wouldn't be toe up. Atlanta wouldn't be fastly getting to toe up. Detroit is gone. Gary, Indiana, gone. Flint, Michigan, gone. Every place where it is majority Black people, the city is a hell. St. Louis, gone. Ferguson, Missouri, gone. Where Mike Brown was unalived. Ferguson, gone. What does it take for you to go out into your community and pick the paper and trash up off the streets? Nothing. What does it take you to stand on the corner and say, don't you drop that on the streets? What does it take you to go to Home Depot and get some garbage cans, or figure out how to get some garbage cans and put them on the curb? What does it take you to stand outside and watch the kids get on the school bus, or help walk the kids to school so that they don't get shot, hurt, assaulted, raped, kidnapped? Nothing. It don't take nothing from you to do that. You ain't got to sleep with this woman. You don't have to be her man, or none of that.
Do you know, I find it funny that most of them never associate themselves with the Pookie and Ray Ray ilk when they are obviously and clearly a part of that, but they associate us with all of the women that they consider the lower tier women. Like, I want us, girl, I got so many streams for us. Okay, so get ready for me.
Okay.
I wanted us to talk about that Sukihana thing.
Yeah.
What men, primarily Black men, tried to do last week was to say, hey, women, this particular demographic of Black women are eligible for rape, assault, violence, anything. These particular women right here, anything can be done with them. Now you ask, what is the criteria of that group of women? They chose to say her dress or her personality, how she behaved herself. How she behaved herself is what qualified her as a woman that that can be that it is that you have permission to grape, violate, disrespect, and all of that. But hey, y'all, can y'all be quiet? I'm almost done, okay? But the thing is that the reality is that we cannot allow these men in particular, but any man in general, to determine what woman deserves respect and what woman deserves safety and what woman deserves autonomy over her body, no matter what she wears, no matter how she acts, no matter where she comes from, no matter how she does her thing. We cannot allow men like this to determine how any group of women should be treated or the treatment that any particular group of women deserves. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely, I totally agree. That's like saying that a prostitute can't be great.
Or she shouldn't be respected. Or
Right.
anybody who want to go and grape her can just walk up to her and grape her, and she shouldn't have nothing to say about it. But see, the thing is that they can change the qualifier anytime they feel like it. And see, when I talk about the Arab thing, I watched a documentary the other day about acid attacks in Pakistan.
Oh, yes.
Girl, this man attacked his wife with acid because he said that under her burqa, the little long gown that they be wearing,
Yeah.
he said that you could see her body. So he felt that she needed to be punished. So he poured the acid on her because he could see her body. Just imagine if these men sitting on the couch and their friends could determine what black women were worthy of respect and which ones weren't. Which black women qualified to be assaulted and which women don't. Just imagine all of us would be free game to these men out here. It ain't
Well, yeah.
it ain't about what she say or how she do her thing. It's about not allowing them the power to determine who deserves respect and who doesn't, who should be violated, who shouldn't. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I don't fear black men. Now, on an individual basis, I may have some concern because, like I said, if I can't get to my firearm fast enough, I might have a problem on my hands on the individual basis. But I try the way I live my life to keep my face out of their faces like that. But as a collective, I don't fear black men. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier. Why, as a collective, would I fear them? The things that you need in warfare, right? It's a few things. So either you got all of them or you got one or two. I got the numbers. It's 2 million more of us than them. I don't fear him. I got firearms. I don't fear him. I got education. I don't fear him. I got income. I don't fear him. I own a home. I don't fear him. What does he have that I need currently? When we're talking about institutions and access to institutions and being upwardly mobile in society, what does he have that I don't have? Nothing. We have the power. We don't need to continue to sit here in this space and talk about the submission and that he got power. No, that is a mental game. He's mind fucking you. Because that's the only way they know their time is up. Just like that slogan said, his time is up. It's over. It's out. And the only thing that they could do, that's why they all got channels, because they have to get us to believe that we need to be married, that we need them. And without them, I'm less of a human being because I don't have him coming in my house once a week, because half of them don't bring the ass home right no way. So, first of all, most people are not a monolith. But unfortunately, which defies reasoning, the ADOS man is a monolith. Black women, we can't be the highest educated demographic over here and the highest twerkers too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Collectively. Now there's a portion of black women that are the highest twerkers. Then you got a portion of black women that are the most college educated. That's usually how any group is. It's not monolithic. But when we look at them, they got like a 5% to 95% ratio. 5% of them got some sense. 5% of them is okay. 5% of them won't harm you or hurt you, but that little 5% is very quiet. The 95% is very loud, and most of them are in that 95% percentile, whether they got money or poor. They got the same bad mentality.
Mm-hmm. Because Umar is spitting facts here, but I think he did have his children out of wedlock too.
He did.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them. And the second one, see, Umar used to come to Chicago back in the day. I've been watching Umar for a very long time because this guy I used to follow. He had Umar on his show, a cable access show, and then from there he blew up more when he went and got on Sarnetta's. So, but I'm not gonna say Umar is a bad guy, but again, so Umar had an incident years ago, right, with this so-called conscious stripper, right? He went,
Girl.
you remember that?
Girl. Okay. That's
So
that Umar was with the BS, okay?
but what got me was men that I respected, how they couched the situation. Men in my personal life. I was listening to David Banner. Do you know who David Banner is?
No. Girl, yes, I do.
He's very pro-black. But when it came to the Umar situation, David Banner was like, David Banner, Charlemagne the God, they both said, I'm losing my voice a little bit. They both said, why we want to be mad at Umar? All Umar did was get him some pussy. A man got to go get him some pussy. So what? Umar got him some pussy. So y'all want to throw him away because Umar went and got him some pussy? Again, we have to understand, come back to that primal thing, wiring. Women really are from Venus. Men really are from Mars. I don't have all the answers, but we clearly are wired differently. Testosterone is a powerful hormone. I know because when I hit my 40s, I had to get some sex. I'm just gonna put it out there. Like it was pushing me. I had never experienced that before in my life. And that and I'm saying that to say a lot of what black men talk about, it just is asinine. Because where I'm segueing into is the whole thing about a 60-year-old man being with like an 18-year-old woman or 20-year-old woman, when in reality it really is the 40-year-old woman should be with the 20-year-old man. I'm not saying on a just try to walk with me. She's at her sexual peak in her 40s. He's at his sexual peak in his 20s. A 60-year-old man can't even hardly get it up. What is he going to do with a 20-year-old woman? And so I gained a different respect for men when I started to go through that. Like, I understand what men be talking about sometimes now when they're like, I have to go get some. Like it's just a biological serious thing. So I didn't appreciate them at first the way they were saying it. But I understand, like, and we don't want to deal with just straight human biological needs that we all want love, we all need sex, we all need food, clothes, shelter, water. You know what I'm saying? So I hope you can follow where I'm going with this.
I got it, girl. I got it.
But no, he didn't have a formalized commitment with either of the women that he made babies with, and for a long time he haven't been in those girls' lives like that either. So again, when you said leadership, we need better black leadership because I'm not saying nobody's life has to be pristine or have never made mistakes, because I've made mistakes. But we're constantly listening to people. We're so dysfunctional until we're listening to Umar, we're listening to Ayala. These are all hurt, dysfunctional people. We all need to heal and become more functional. Go ahead, Gold.
Girl, I mean, I'm agreeing, girl. I'm just following along with you. For real, but I agree. I don't know. I'm thinking about the 40 thing. You know I'm about to be 42, okay?
Girl, I'm trying to tell you, it was like, and it went on for a few years. It was like a wildfire. Like I couldn't sit down. I sit in the car. It's talking to me. And so I was 42. I met a guy who was 25, honey, and it was like the 4th of July. It was bombs bursting in air, the rockets red glare. I mean, and it was a good match.
Girl, stop. You know it's the summertime.
Girl, yes.
Hey, don't make me get hot out here.
It was a good match. I'm trying to tell you. And the stuff the manosphere say. I wish Glitches and Denise Cosby was here, because I remember when we was doing the panels before and with Cassandra, and they asked, but because she said, I want to talk to some of the older ladies, like, is it as bad when you get in your 40s as these men try to make it? No. Women, look, I know some women 75, 80 years old. You know what they say? She can look up. A woman can look up a whole lot longer than a man can look down. Look, I have conversations with men, my exes or whatever, we're still friends, or whatever, like serious relationships where we might still talk a few times a year here or there, whatever. So I asked them these questions. And when my high school boyfriend told me, he said, Cheri, I'm 49 and I can't always perform. And my woman thinks either I'm cheating or it's a problem. What's up with you? And she's older than him. She's like 10 years older than him. But he got high blood pressure. See, they are tore up. By the time they reach 40, they are tore up. They got high blood pressure. They start watching porn. It's little boys, 12 and 13. They do a lot of masturbation. And the nation is like over sex. They sell sex to sell a can of Coke, a Pepsi, a shirt. And so boys, the way men are wired, they're attracted to what they see. So this is going on all day, all night long, all day, all night long. Then they go through their little whole phase, right? Where they shooting the club up all day, all night. By the time they 40, they are toast. They gotta have Viagra. They gotta use Cialis. They gotta get some Korean ginseng just to try to rise to the occasion. But women is still good. Some women is going through vaginal dryness, but a lot are not and are horny as hell. I met a woman 75, she was 75 years old a few years ago. All that woman talked about, she was trying to find her some BBC.
Girl, let me tell you something. I almost posted this, but I ain't want to be laughing at this lady. And I'm not laughing. Give me this. Girl, I got these kids up here in my makeup room, and I don't know why I did that, okay? Because they just all my stuff, my everything all over the floor now. But anyway, this lady, she lived down the street from me, girl. She is this little short lady, okay? And she got like a little bob ponytail. I mean, bob haircut. And she be walking down, through the neighborhood, and you see her working in her yard and all of this stuff. A little white lady, okay? So the other day she came to me and she was like, she just started talking to me and she was like, yeah, I don't know what's going on. And, we just started having a conversation. So she started talking about the mailman. First, she told me about her husband. She's 70 something years old. And her husband has been impotent for the past 20 years. She said that he had some issue when he was going into his 50s and it made him not be able to perform, and he just let it go to where he couldn't function no more. And she said we had a big fight about it. I actually even left the house about it because why would he do that? I mean, I'm still a young woman and she was 50 at the time. So she was like, "Yeah, the mailman." And I was like, "Yeah, the mailman, right?" She was like, "Yeah, sometimes we talk on the phone. I send him pictures and he asked me, 'Hey, hun, how you doing today?'" Look, give it here. And don't mess with none of that stuff no more. She said, I told him that I thought he was handsome and everything, and we ended up exchanging numbers. So every now and then we'll text and stuff. And she said that he'll be like, "Hey, hon, send me some pics." And she'll send him some. And he'll say, "No, with nothing gone. And she says, "Go over there." And she says, "Yes, so I'll send them." So I've been waiting for him to make his rounds all day today, and he's not here. But I spoke to him yesterday, and he made me really sad. She said, um, he he called me honey, and I told him that I wanted to get some, and he said, "Hey, maybe we can do something like that." And then when I talked to him today, he said, "I'm such a crybaby. I shouldn't be crying about everything. And look at me." And girl, she started lifting up her shirt and showing me her body. She was standing at my door showing me her body. And she was like, "I still look good for 70 years old. Why wouldn't he want to screw me?"
Get it, grandmama. Okay.
Oh, I hear it too. Girl, when she said that, I was cracking up. I'm like, first off, how is this lady thinking like this? And she's 70 something years old. But then I started thinking about that dang old mailman.
You should find more distance.
Okay, we'll find more. Go over there.
And then when it's still active, we should hear it.
Goldie.
Yeah, we can hear the water. Yeah. Girl, start thinking, hey, mailman, like, why would he do that? Why are they like that? Why is he texting that lady? Why is he calling her honey and baby and stuff? Why he getting nude pictures from her? Why he making it seem like he about to give her a little song? Okay. And then when it's time for him to pay up and he know that he never had an idea to pay up in the first place, he started calling the girl a crybaby and have her over here at my door crying.
Cause his butt he can't perform, and men go through a lot of fantasies. They have a whole scenario play out in their head. It gets to the point where it's just all about the fantasy. But let me tell you this story. So my friend told me about this lady who married this guy, and they went to a religious organization together. Because I don't know who may listen at some point when nobody put nothing together. So they went to this religious organization together. That's how they met. And he was in his 70s and she was in her late 50s or early 60s. So she's thinking, well, this is a good guy. I think he was a widower, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, they get married. Girl, why was it almost a color moment the color purple moment? Girl, I thought she was getting ready to say, "Hi, he died on top of me." Girl, the man, he had a heart attack on top of her in the middle of intercourse. Yes, he did. And then this the kicker. Girl, I'm gonna catch you for this one. She couldn't get him off of her because of his body weight.
No, so he was just stuck on her.
Girl, dead weight on top of her. So she managed to be able to get her cell phone and call 911. But she had to tell 911, look, there's a such and such way you can get in the building. But when you come in, wait for me to get a blanket because he's on top of me and I'm naked. He didn't die. They were able to get there in time enough to save his life. He didn't die, but honey, he came close to going back to his ancestors. Okay,
All in trying to get some.
that yes. So he probably had taken too much of somebody's pills. Okay,
Girl, and you know they talking about we hit the wall. Can you stop playing?
that's why I went into all of this, because baby, I was wearing young out. Okay, I don't go into all my business, but yeah, out.
Girl, you got to tell
25
me
years old.
you're cheesing, okay?
What you say?
You're cheesing, and I don't even know why.
Out. I mean, out. He wasn't the only young thing. Okay, out.
Change the subject, okay? Stop playing with me, okay?
That's why I don't listen to the manosphere, because I'm living this. And I'm like, I don't see none of, girl, 25, 29, when I'm out.
Okay. No. Give it here. Girl, I'm finna go in here. Because my baby's just acting up now. They very awake now. Girl, I'm gonna catch up with you on that piece, okay?
Uh-huh.
Okay, here I'm finna keep going.
Okay.
Baby.
I'm not saying that they're right to disrespect, because even if a woman disrespects me, right, that still don't give me a right to disrespect her, because she's still the queen of the community. Even if she's not acting like it, I'm going to give her that respect. But when I hear brothers talk like this discourse we having now, we act like we don't understand.
No,
There's reasons for that shit.
I do understand. Women are so valuable. You get what I'm saying? Like, I think women ground men and help them, propel to the next level. I think men get further in life with a woman, right? But if I'm a hardworking man, but I'm only looked as resources,
okay,
and then she's ready to jump on Tom, Dick, and Harry because he got flash, he's shining a little bit more, his access to money is quicker than mine. It's kind of hard to have that.
Well, no, one, I agree with you, but that's not all sisters.
No, it's not. It's
and if
not.
you're constantly
Yes, ma'am.
So this one right here is making the case for women to talk to broke men. You know what I'm saying? So they tell you that your education don't matter, your degree don't matter, your job don't matter, your money don't nothing matter. But they want you to take a man who don't have the same access to money as the other man. What is you talking about? Oh, you want us to be settling for broke niggas. That's what you want. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Girl, black men, ADOS men want black women to live in a cardboard box with him and not complain. Like and not complain. In Chicago, we got a little homeless area under a bridge on Lower Wacker Drive. And so I always say black men want black women to live with them on Lower Wacker Drive and be in there cooking and cleaning to the bridge under the bridge up, girl. And she cooking up rat burgers. That will make black men happy.
But you know what? They would be happy, but they still wouldn't treat her right.
Girl, no.
I think it's nothing that no woman can do to have this mailman situation trip me out. I don't think it's nothing that women can do to have these men in this generation act right. Like if you be good to them, be nice to them, submit to them, they still dog you. If you dog them, they dog you still. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's no way, nothing that you can do. I know.
Wait a minute. Look. Remember I was telling you about the lady I met? She was 75 years old and was trying to get us some BBC. Girl, she was so devastated, felt so much guilt because she told me she had went out to the club the Saturday before, right? And that she met this guy at the club, and she's 75, he's 65, right? So they talking, they drinking, they hitting it off. She asked him, did he want to come back to her place? He said, yeah. So he went back to her house. So the moral of the story is, you want to tell me, do they ever treat you right? Girl, these ninjas is crazy from the cradle to the grave. Do you know his phone just started blowing up around like 2:30 in the morning? So she said, "Who is that calling you?" He was like, "My wife." But he, girl, had his pants off, drawers off, everything, ready to get it in. And she was like, I couldn't do it. And she kept asking me, "Am I bad? Am I a bad person? Am I bad?" I was like, "No, you're not the bad person. You ain't married to his wife. He knew he was married when he came back to your house. And then you told me, you told him no. When he said, 'That's my wife,' you was like, 'Oh, okay, well, you can leave.' What do you have to feel guilty about? They have no moral compass."
Exactly, girl, because what was he doing over there in the first place?
Right.
But you know what? I want us to talk more about this when we do talk about Tab, because that's one of the things that I wanted us to discuss. Because I want to know if we as women really think that we don't owe anything to the woman. Okay? We're just gonna set that right there and leave it right there until
Okay.
we come to that conversation again. Maybe tomorrow, if you got some time, we can do the Tab one since we already up here. But I want to know: do we really feel that we don't owe anything to the other woman? Okay. Okay, let me keep going, girl, because you gonna have me all night. And I'm surprised you still woke. I'm surprised you still up.
Hey, I told you I was serious. I was like, we got to get back at this.
What you gonna say?
If you drink milk, you become strong, and I drink milk.
You drink milk. Okay, show me your muscles. Whoa, girl, I ain't never seen no muscles that big.
I know, girl.
You can become strong.
Mm-hmm. See? Because he be drinking all his milk.
Yeah, me
Girl.
too. Do.
Woo! Big, big muscles.
Constantly running into that type of woman, then the problem is you, because you're attracting a certain low vibrational energy. Why is
not
that?
have that same energy for women? You just again, you held the
Because
man
we having a
responsible.
conversation as men.
Yeah.
I got plenty of interviews with all women where I check them too.
All right.
But as a man, you should not be concerned about what I say to them. No, as men, we should be concerned of what we're going to do to produce a better generation of black males for tomorrow. That's the only that is where we should be focused.
Women bring the choice of life, right? We understand that, right?
Go ahead.
Need to be dropped at. Wherever this video is quoted at, that's where it needs to be dropped at. Because I have never seen. Okay, just wait. I have never seen so many men compare themselves to women ever in my life until the last couple years. I have never seen so many men do that. And this little argument that this dude about to bring up now about women, girl, they fighting. They fighting. Hold on.
Okay.
This little thing that they bring up about women, women being the bringers of life or whatever, basically making her fully responsible for the child that's birthed. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When I say disgusting, I hate that one defense. Like, tell somebody that you a loser, that you are just you have no class, no tact, no dignity, no nothing. Like, you are just a trash human being without saying it when you say she had the choice to abort. You know what I'm saying? Like, just tell everybody that you trash by saying that one statement and that one statement alone.
I like, look, I know men that was born in the early to mid 70s going back, right? And so I'm talking to this guy. He was raised by a single father. His mother abandoned them, and his father was a crack addict. And so he kind of like literally grew up in a trap house. But one thing about him being raised by a single dad, that man will tell you men don't sit around and gossip. Men don't sit around with all this chatty Cathy and chatty Patty, Patty as you call it, chatty Cathy. And that's what I'm used to too. I'm not used to men sitting around gossiping, being in women's faces and women's faces all day. Let me tell you about my high school boyfriend. Me and him used to get into it. And I feel like he could have been a little bit more nurturing to me. But he used to tell me, you need to get you a girlfriend. I'm not gonna sit here all day talking about what you going through. I'm not used to men that sit here all day and all night talking about female issues and what women is doing.
Girl, wow, they running amok the whole time though.
Oh, girl, tell it.
Because what he's saying is, let me knock you up and get you pregnant. Now, what happens after that is, well, no, he's not saying let me knock you up and get you pregnant. What he's saying is, let me have unprotected intercourse with you. Girl, my little baby crying now. You know my little baby.
Okay. Yeah. What's it? Yeah, the little one. Mhm.
And I mean, I could go get him if you want me to, or you want to just finish this tomorrow.
I mean, do you feel up to going to get the baby?
Yeah, let me go get him real quick, just so we can.
Okay.
Cause we got so
Okay.
much stuff to talk about. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Okay.
Okay. So we see right here that the black man is just losing. He's losing his mind. Like it just doesn't make any sense for men to spin their wheels all day and all night long talking about what women should do, what women are not doing, hair, weave, wigs, lashes, makeup. This is asinine when we got 66 people shot in Chicago in the weekend. We don't own anything in our communities.
Yeah.
Soon as we go, huh?
You know,
Oh, that's
when I
yeah,
you
yeah, baby, yeah.
can't tell us to drink milk and that we become strong and then I drink milk and he then and say, yeah, boy.
Yeah, yeah, boy.
And I go, yeah, boy.
Like Flavor Flav.
I do it.
Okay. I'm sorry I left it on mute.
Mhm.
Girl, these boys will talk your ear off.
Oh no, that's okay. I was feeling in the air. I didn't want it to be dead air.
Okay.
So that's cool.
Okay, let's keep going, okay?
Okay.
I can't have a child unless a woman agrees.
She can't carry one if you didn't put it in.
I agree with that 100% too, right? But whether or not, if you want that child or not, she can still make that decision. It's only
If
up
you
to her.
don't put a seed in her, nothing else happens. And no woman can make you put a seed in her. So the original act was the responsibility of a man.
True. I mean,
all right. So did black men willingly leave the household, or was it the system that was?
It was
pushing black-
systemic.
All right. So how if we giving them grace for them having to do it without us, but it wasn't our fault? How we not getting that same grace and that same respect?
I'm gonna tell you why.
We can't let that go
Because
past
black
Goldie.
men,
You gotta pause it. First of all, it was not systemic. You left the house. Welfare did not put you out the home. That's not masculinity. That's not being a warrior. That's not being a king. Look, first of all, you should have been like,
Oh, that's victim language.
huh?
I said that's victim language.
Tell it.
Mm-hmm.
You should. Why we gotta take and have the Latinos coming to this country in droves, and now the Latin. Do you realize that the Latinos are not participating? Not yet, but maybe one day they might. But right now, Latinos are not participating in these institutions. How many Latinos do you see employed at these different companies, like first office jobs and stuff? How many Latinos do you see at college? First of all, half of them is not fluent in the language, and you will realize how bad it is when you're not fluent in the language. A lot of public schools are now being labeled as failing schools because the children are failing the assessment test because the Latino children are not fluent in English. And so Latinos created an economy for themselves as what? Doing a lot of lawn care, stuff like that, Why didn't black men do that in the 60s and 70s? So what did the plant close, the steel mill close? So you asking another man in a capitalistic system to feed you, to create an economy for you. In Chicago, hell, we got snow in the winter. Y'all could have been removing snow, cutting grass in the summer, planting plants and stuff, horticulture in the summer. What about growing food? Why do we need grocery stores? All this farmland we got in the Midwest. Girl, we got whole towns in southern Illinois that's damn near empty. Them old sundown towns, like Cairo, Illinois. Town damn near empty. Why didn't you buy the land up? Everything was cheap in the 60s and 70s, right? Go ahead, Goldie. I just wanted to throw that in there because men don't sit here and wait for another man to take care of him. And then he don't say it was systemic and they offered the women welfare. If you take a care, are you here, Goldie? Goldie.
Girl, I am. I'm just thinking that these the same men that expect you to have your half of the rent. So I don't know what you talking about. Because these men will sit here on a podcast and ask you, what do you bring to the table? So I don't know what you talking about, girl. Okay.
Excuse me.
These ain't none of them that you talking about. These ain't none of them that you talking about. Okay. Hey yo, go. These men over here, they want a teammate. Hey yo, they don't want to be the leader or head or nothing. They want a teammate. A teammate who don't mind playing their position and half of their own.
Mommy, put that
Tell it.
Mommy, try to put that my head on.
Girl, can't believe how up these kids are.
Girl, I get it.
And this the beginning of the summer. I've been telling everybody that I was scared of summer break because my babies just be up. If I'm not laying next to them, they gotta find me because I need to hold them. I'm holding 2 of them right now. Okay.
That's how my boys were. Girl, I will put them in their own bed. I wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, they're in the bed with me.
Yep. Yeah.
Rough.
You should go to bed.
You should go to bed.
No, you should go.
Let me keep going, girl.
Okay, go ahead.
As the leaders of the community. Now,
we can't be leaders.
Here's the
Women
question
not
we got to
accepting
make.
that.
Here's the question. Because the argument y'all make feeds into the feminist agenda.
Okay.
It's an argument that says, I don't want the responsibility.
I'm a leader.
I don't want to fix shit. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to fall back and let her run everything. That's what the feminists tell. They say, look at them, making excuses for why they can't be better men, making excuses for why they can't make better men. You understand? Your argument feeds the feminist narrative.
That's
and it's dangerous.
that's not what we're making excuses for.
I'm saying I am the better man, but I shouldn't be held responsible because you wanted to choose a Pookie and a Ray Ray. That's not me. I worked too
And
hard
I'm
in my
gonna go
life.
back to what I said. Pookie and Ray Ray shouldn't exist. And the only reason why Pookie and Ray Ray exist because we're not in the community making those boys the men they need to be. Do you see that? And, she don't get a Pookie if you didn't allow a Pookie.
But she got an Eli. She ain't come to Eli. She went to Pookie. And that's what we're trying to say.
She wouldn't have had a Pookie if we didn't allow
too
one.
hard in my life.
She wouldn't have had a Pookie if we didn't allow one.
But Dr. Umar,
men supposed to make the raise the boys.
Right. We as men is holding other men accountable for the same thing that you're talking about right now.
What are we doing for the young brothers in the street? So
what you mean, mentoring them? No, I mean he's a great father.
I ain't talking about that's individual. That's good, but that's individualism. What are we doing collectively as men to change the trajectory for black boys in the streets right now?
I
Nothing.
We're being
but
a voice.
talking shit.
Yeah, I mean, you could take
it's
it.
It's not going to get better unless we put hands on deck. The reason the athletes and the rappers are the role models is the professional black man moved out the hood. Where the dentist at? He ain't in the black community no more. Where the lawyer at? Where the business owner at? Where your city council person at? We abandon black boys and then we blame black men for poor choices in mates that they should not even have to make if we did a better job raising our boys the right way. At the end of the day, if I'm gonna call myself a man, the ultimate responsibility for reconstruction of the black community rests with me. Yes, they have a role. Yes, they have responsibility. But as a man, as a leader, to say I can't fix this shit unless she changes, That's not the definition of a man.
I don't see. I think we're on two different accords. Like, I don't think we're saying that. What I'm saying is, I'm capable of being that leader, that provider. I've worked hard in my life. You get what I'm saying? I should not have to do.
You still go back to individualism.
But I only feel like we tell black men that we have to now deal with masculine women, women with children.
Why is she masculine? Because she's had to raise the kids alone, not one woman,
So you
brother.
mean to tell me
a whole community.
So you mean to tell me?
Uh-oh.
You know what? This is another conversation that old men are having that doesn't affect them. You know what I'm saying? These points, in my opinion, were perpetuated by a bunch of old men. And we know what space these talking points came from. And it's kind of funny to see people talking about it on a national or a broad scale or whatever. But like you said earlier, after a certain age, people expect you to have kids. So they talking about 40-year-old women that nobody want, quote unquote, because they have children. But at 40, you should have children.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And to like think that a 40-year-old woman should never be in the dating, field or whatever, that don't make sense because it's okay, baby. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Okay. Because men die, husband die or whatever the situation may be, and she might be wanting to go out here and get her a new man. This idea that these guys are going to be coming into a dating field with a whole bunch of grown women with no children is like juvenile thinking. Like, why would you think that? Why would you think that you'll be coming up to a 30-year-old woman with no children?
I just hear some of the most craziest asinine things, but I want to just veer off a little bit. They seem to think, like we said earlier, that they're not Pookie and Ray Ray. But I mean, I wouldn't tell no young lady to date them based on how they're dressed. Look at how Umar's dressed. Look at how versus they're dressed.
All three.
Now,
let him get some.
Like that's Arrested Developed. That's child shit. When I see a man walking around with a baseball cap, I'm telling you, we're Arrested Developed as a people.
Yep.
Why is all these guys, little boys, wear baseball caps and on the field playing baseball? Why am I looking at 30-year-old black men with baseball caps on and sagging jeans and white tees? I'm not dating no guy like that. I don't care if he is 25 or 30. You better have on some Stacey Adams. You better have on some Tom Ford. You better have on some hard bottom shoes sometimes. You better have on a button-up shirt sometimes. Most of the time. I don't look. If you're around the house, okay, so now you got on sweatpants or something. Okay, yeah, you're around the house. But we going out. No, I'm not going out to dinner. I'm not going out with some man dressed like that.
Girl, you know what? Now they fighting.
They fighting over you?
No, over my phone, girl. They only got a good 25 minutes before they fighting each other.
Just like I don't like to see the black women running around here smoking, girl, sleep, sucking their thumb, wearing these bonnets outside, pajama pants, and house shoes. You are Arrested Developed too. It's not like we're saying that black women are perfect. We are definitely not perfect. The difference is diversity amongst black women. There's diversity, there's a range. But when we look at black men, it's not so much of a range.
Yep. Yeah, because I was wondering, how do they have a Pookie and Ray Ray category, but we don't have a category for, the bonnets and pajama ladies? We don't have a category for them. They are black women, just the same as what's her name? Ketanji Brown.
Right.
Supreme Court judge. A woman can be so accomplished with degrees and Ivy League, education and everything, and they compare her to the bonnet wearer or the pajama wearer. How
Because
come?
your degree don't matter.
Yeah, we don't get no type of differentiation, no type of sacrifice or whatever you made. None of that matter versus somebody else who didn't do those same things. But a Pookie is somehow different from one of these dudes sitting up here. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Nah, y'all all a little Pookie up in there. Give me that.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, let's keep going because they're going to destroy my
Okay.
area.
Okay. All right.
It's a black top. It's like right there on the floor.
The only woman I could look forward in my life is a masculine woman that has kids by other men.
No,
That's what I have to look forward to.
But I'm telling you, mistakes made by black men systemically.
Let me pause real quick. He said that all he has to look forward to in his life is a woman who has had children with other men. Number one, why are you 35, 30, 35, 40, just not looking for your woman? Why? Why? Why are you 30, 35, 40 years old, just not looking for your woman? What you been doing?
Right.
What you been doing? How come at 40 years old, you still in the building stage? And you want to get somebody's 20-year-old daughter to finish building with because a 40-year-old woman is sitting there looking at you like, why are you still building?
Right.
Been building for 20 years. What you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing?
You should go to bed because there's gonna be more.
I agree
Gave
with you.
rise to the conditions that allowed her to be masculine and made her end up with a man that you consider to be less than what he should be. And I'm telling you, black men are responsible for her being masculine because we have not helped her raise them children.
I am
and when
not.
I say help them raise them children, I don't mean you as the stepdad.
No, yeah,
I mean you as an active member in the community where we go to every single parent black mother and say, how many sons you got? 2? How many sons you got? 2? Well, guess what? That's your son's big brother. That's your son's big brother. He taking them to school. He doing the homework. He gonna spend a couple hours with him every Saturday. He got his own kids too, but he gonna make time for you. She got masculine because she had to become masculine in order to deal with the rape, the abuse, the domestic violence, the disappointments that men had in her life, and also raising those kids and have to take care of herself all at the same time. The black woman has been the be-all, end-all in our community for half of a century, and now we want to turn around and say because she didn't do it perfectly enough or remain feminine enough when she had to absorb our responsibilities plus her own, that's insensitive and disingenuous.
He need me to give him a call, don't he? He want me to give him a call, don't he?
You want to be his latest conscious stripper? You want to be his private dancer? Huh? I can't hear you. Okay, I can hear you now.
They tried to disconnect me. After they done tore up my little space up here. But yeah. Move around. Let me move on from Umar, okay?
Girl, okay, because Umar doing something to you, girl.
I'm not taking that back yet to tell me something that we've done systemically to combat that.
Move.
Because you keep saying me and her. I don't care about me and her. But there's plenty women and men. Women and men as a group in the community. You understand? Right. We gave birth to that. You see? So you say she had a couple kids already because she met men. She probably thought they was good. Some of them. They left her.
She knew they wasn't good.
You don't know that, bro.
She knew they wasn't good.
You're making assumptions about her. Would you make the same assumption if she was a white woman?
Yes, I would.
So you say.
No,
come on, man. Come on.
Listen,
Woman accountable. So you say.
Listen, like I said, I feel like as a black man,
we don't hold them all accountable because black men date outside. They race more than every other man put together. I said we. Y'all three.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
even that, but we look at the numbers, black men marry black women at an 87% rate, where black women marry outside of their race.
Girl, can you see how salty these boys are?
Yes, they salty.
So salty. My goodness.
First of all, he fucked up the statistics because black men are not marrying nobody at no 80% rate. The statistic says
He said 80%.
He said 80%, girl. He said black men are marrying black women at an 80% rate.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
The statistic says 26.
Girl, if it's 70-something% of our kids being born out of wedlock.
Thank you.
And how many of their kids that are non-black or with a non-black woman born out of wedlock, girl, you better stop. Okay? Let's stop that one.
Okay, playing in my face.
Or they marry outside at a 92%.
Black women do not. No, you're wrong.
That's percentages
you're
apart.
wrong.
That's not that much.
Black women do not marry out the race more than black men.
I'm
That's
not
wrong.
saying that, but the percentages
Black
ain't that
women,
far off. That's what I'm
black
saying.
women have one of the highest, fastest growing interracial marriage rates. But her interracial marriage rate pales in comparison to what black men have been doing interracially for 4 or 5 decades. You understand? She don't even come close to what we're doing interracially.
Black fathers are in the home more than any other group or race.
Okay. But what
that
Now, I was surprised that Umar let that slide. Because I've been thinking about this statistic for a couple years. How are black men in the house more than any other race of men if so many of their kids are being born out of wedlock? Are you saying that they with the women, they just not married to the women? Or what? Like, black men are in the house more than all of the other men who are married to their women. How can you help me?
Okay. So ask me the question again.
How is that statistic true that black men are in the house more than any other race of men? Is this another one that he got wrong? Because I heard that they're more involved. And when
they're not more involved, they're not more in the home. The CDC study only polled for I think 2,000 or 4,000 men, and these are the answers that black men gave the CDC. This is not a good statistic, because when we say black women are the most college educated, you should see that in the community. I see it. I live it. You live it. I got a college degree. You got a college degree. We don't see them. If they're the most involved father and the most in the homes, why are their sons running amok? Why do their sons got guns, killing everybody?
Girl, hold on once. Why they sons can't read past 3rd grade if they in the house?
Girl.
Where is BGS? I need BGS. I don't know if you know who BGS is.
I do, girl. Unfortunately.
BGS love saying that these boys can't read because of their mama. I need BGS to tell me how these boys can't read if they daddy in the house with them.
Right. And he's so involved. He's more involved than the mother, right?
Girl, it's World War III breaking out over here, okay? Let me keep going, okay?
Okay.
It has no value.
It does have value, but we're going to put that up against the other statistic. 2/3 of our kids are being raised by the women. 2/3 of our kids are being raised by the women. And like I said, when I say being raised, I'm not saying it needs to be a father. I would like a father in that house, but I know it's not enough of us to go around.
Yeah.
We are not even being accountable to the boys in the hood. And we're complaining about the women.
I argue with women
who are making babies with the irresponsible men that we didn't raise correctly. That's bullshit.
All right.
That's wimp ass weak man shit. Take responsibility for our shit. Stop scapegoating them.
Yeah, I could agree to that.
All I'm saying is look at all we can be doing better, man. Half the black boys in the 4th grade can't read. What black men doing about that systemically?
Not enough.
I know what I'm doing about it. I'm building
agree.
a school for it, 2 of them. But systemically, as black men, what are we doing about that? Nothing. Black boys are the most unemployed teenager in America. What black men doing about that?
Not
See, the
as much.
Pookie and Ray
Not
Ray
as
you
much.
kept talking about? We letting them raise right before our eyes, and then we want to criticize her for ending up with one when we should have made sure there were none.
Listen, we all got choices. Just like if I choose to live a lifestyle,
You're dealing with individualism again. I can't
but that's
deal with
part
that.
of choices.
No, it's not. We have to deal with this systemically. He brought up a question earlier, and he said, did we make these problems on our own, or was there some systemics involved? It was systemics.
Okay.
In 1970, they shut down the factories. They took out the industrial building jobs. 1980, dropped off the crack and the AIDS. 1990, the Bill Clinton crime bill. There's systemic factors at play. You totally divorce your analysis from any systemic factors at all. You ain't mentioned one. You can be talking about her and Pookie and Ray Ray with the kids. You ain't said shit about the systemics. That's exactly what white folks want you to do. That's what white folks want you to do.
I'm saying that
ignore
I have made
what I've done to your women and scapegoat her. Because that's what she's doing to you. She's ignoring what the system did to you. And she's going to scapegoat you. And we're both scapegoating each other.
Okay, that's fair.
Your analysis is feeding the gender war. It's not solving it.
Listen,
I don't mind us holding the women accountable. I don't mind us holding the men accountable.
Right?
Yeah. But when we're going to hold the system accountable as well.
That's fair.
And if we're going to hold the system accountable, that also means we got to make our own systems too. Black men have not been manly in quite some time when it comes to raising boys.
How would you suggest that black men take on the role of leadership,
especially when there's an attack on black masculinity,
without women willing to listen to us? You get what I'm saying? How do we prove our worth or take back the
Take
leadership
care of the boys.
role?
You want the women back? Take care of these damn boys. They run in the hood, killing people at will, flunking out of school, following the lead of the gangster rappers. There's a whole bunch of stuff we can do that ain't got nothing to do with the women, boys and men. Do you understand? Deal with the boys and the men. Leave her out of it and go straight to the boys. And you'll get her respect back. Give them jobs, give them education, give them training, give them your time. They not getting none of that from black men. We don't give a shit about black boys. And then we're gonna get mad at her for ending up with one later in life. It's ridiculous.
like I said,
create
we
the product and get mad for her for ending up consuming the product.
She could consume whatever she will. I'm just saying.
That's what I was saying to you earlier. I think that this generation of women, girl, are you here? You sleep? Oh, I think I done finally lost her. Yeah, I think I done finally lost her. Can y'all hear me? Wait, hold on.
I gotta show it.
Hello? Okay. She can hear me. I think she's asleep now. But
I gotta show my tooth.
Oh, okay. Don't be showing people your stuff. Okay. Now what I was saying is that when we talked about Ebony K. Williams earlier and how she said that she would date a man if he drove a bus, that is such please go over there. That is such a low entry level threshold for a woman of her caliber. That is such a low threshold of entry for a woman of her caliber. Now, when I was telling you about the trucking company and everything, that's for my boys. So that in 15 years, they don't have to be asking nobody for a job. Okay, that's enough. They don't have to be asking nobody for a job or looking for no handout or not able to take care of their family because we have been doing that, been laying the foundation for them for the past 15 years. But it's getting so loud over here. I think you sleeping, girl. Let's finish up the rest of this little segment and then we're going to go ahead and go.
As a black man,
It's not about her consuming whatever she wants, brother, because if we're trying to fix the black community, everybody and everything matters. It's
And that's
not individual.
understandable.
You're an
But
individualist. You're not thinking as a community. Your whole analysis is based on me and her. Step out of that shit. This is systems at play. You understand?
Right.
Multiple black men screwed up. Multiple black women screwed up. You understand me? Look at the systemic nature and say, what system do we need to create as black men to prevent the Pookie and Ray Ray from coming into existence?
Or I, as a black man, can just look for a woman that is healed, that is leading in her femininity, that doesn't have a child by another woman.
But that doesn't solve community problems. We're talking about community solutions. That's individualism.
That's fair. Let me get to this last.
All right, I think that's a good place to end this stream on. Dr. Umar gave a very viable solution. Focus on the boys. Focus on getting yourself together, and then everything else will fall in place, you know. But we see just in the last couple seconds that this guy, I don't know his name, but this guy still wanted to find a way to make women responsible. But what about the women? We should get a woman that doesn't have X, Y, and Z. A man his age should have no problem finding a woman who don't have kids. This man looked like he younger than 30 to me. I know for me personally, I didn't have my first child until I was 32. So, and all of my friends, I still have some friends that don't have children now. So if he's saying that he can't find a black woman without children, he's lying because there's so many of us out here. But the focus shouldn't be on one particular man or one particular woman. What it should be on is a community approach. Now my girl over here snoring, I ain't gonna do her bogus, okay? And keep this stream going when I hear her going crazy in the background. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with us for the past 4 hours. This was an impromptu live. I'm surprised that we made it this long. I'm surprised that my girl stayed woke this long, okay? And I'm surprised that my babies let me get this far into it. But thank y'all so much for hanging out with me. And I will hopefully see y'all in a couple hours, okay? Bye.